All right. How's everybody doing today? You know what we haven't done in quite a long time that I feel like we should probably start doing again soon. Reacting to videos. You're exactly right. Yeah, that's exactly it. I feel like I haven't actually like reacted to a video aside from that ZZZ one in like a week. That's what it feels like. I haven't reacted to a fucking video in like a week. Other than like the Ananta stuff, but I'm talking more so stuff by other CCs. So, did you see Fob got banned yesterday? Yeah, it was it was actually kind of funny. I heard the reason was he was leaving his stream unattended too long, um, while playing stuff in the background. That was apparently the ban reason. I didn't even know that was bannable because I thought bro was doing that. Bro had done that at least 20 times before. He had done that at least 20 times before. So yeah, that was the reason. Too much time away from stream while a video's playing. Yeah, that's I believe what bro does is he turns on his computer, streams an empty chair, and then like goes to Japan. But a lot of people are theory crafting shit like Twitch didn't like his haircut. His haircut got him banned. Etc. etc. So yeah, a lot of fun reasons people have theory crafted. A lot of fun reasons people have theory crafted. That haircut is terrible. I don't think it looks that bad, but I also don't think it looks amazing either. It's okay. It's not awful. It is what it is. But yeah, I think Fabric could have done better. That haircut is bannable. I mean, that's a fair take. Alrighty. Let's see what we got going on over here. So, what type of content has been looking good lately? I know there's been a lot of stuff that's uploaded. There's been a lot of different things that have been uploaded, but I'm not sure what's really tickled people's fancies. Nothing really. Gacha's dry. Oh, have we been doing the most that we could? Is that truly what it is? Is that truly what's going on over here? Cause I've got stuff that I can do in game, but I was just wondering if there was any videos that people were interested in having me watch. Cause it doesn't seem like there's been a lot. New HSR Stygian Onslaught is out, and even Poke's E6 Acheron couldn't beat it. Go play the new HSR game mode. Actually, just this is the thing. I would have to clear MOC and Apocalyptic Shadow and Pure Fiction to access it. I don't even think my account can. Yeah, you gotta clear all three of those before, and I'm pretty sure my account can't even get there. So it's like, I don't think it's gonna be possible, boys. Yeah, that sounds like a rough one. I mean, we could give it a look. We could give it a look. I will be honest, though. I think the last thing we did was pull Finon. We didn't get his light cone. I think we pulled Finon. We didn't get his light cone. And then that was the last time we ever played the game. While it's all downloading, I do have something really funny to show you guys. And I'm being genuine with this. It's legitimately fun. What the fuck? Insufficient storage space? Okay. Where is this shit even downloaded? Ooh, I see. Ooh, I see. I see. All right. No problems. We'll go tackle that right away. That shouldn't be an issue. Yeah, I could just uninstall Zenless Zone Zero. I could just uninstall Zenless Zone Zero, and that would get rid of all my storage problems immediately. What do you guys think about that play? What is this 922 video? What did we record here? Give me 1 second. I'm freeing up some gigs for the HSR update. Alrighty, yeah, I'm freeing up some gigs for that. Oh man, we've been recording quite a few. Oh. Okay, there we go. That's good stuff. All right. That's done and away with. Now surely I can update. All right, so we got HSR queued up in the background. I guess we'll see if we can end up getting ourselves into the new apocalyptic, whatever the fuck it's called, anomaly shit. However, I did have something else really funny that I wanted to watch as well. And this is the thing. I saw a video uploaded by Mr. Pokey the other day. It was about the HSR tournament. And, one thing this was like one of the first videos, right? Or it was about the Woo-Wah tournament, right? This is like one of the first videos that I saw regarding the tournament. And I'm just going to be honest with you, ladies and gentlemen. It was kind of crazy. It was kind of insane. So I go ahead, I look at round number 1, right? And I just look to see, okay, do these clears, do these teams like look balanced? And are we looking good over here? We have somebody lose round 1 on the Ruby team, right? The Ruby team is Genazad, Herc. Then we got Rexlet, Yazokia, Phantom Locks on the other side. Then I just look over here. I look at the Genazad versus Phantom Locks one. Yeah, bro just gets no diffed. Right? Bro just gets no diffed on the Kelpie. He gets no diffed on the Kelpie. Then I look at round 2. And apparently round 1 was so easy that Phantom Locks just takes on Spectro Rover and Varina, while Genazad's using Frolova and Cantarella. And bro gets cleaned out by somebody using Spectro Rover Varina using Frolova Cantarella. Why did nobody tell me about this? And like, this is the thing, right? This team does way more damage than Spectro Rover Varina. Genazad just dies 3 times. He just dies 3 times. You'll notice. This is the thing, right? You look at Phantom Locks as clear. Bro used a team that takes 4 minutes to clear. He used a team that takes 4 minutes to clear. And so it's like, this team against any other person that just doesn't die is 1000% losing. But it's like, I guess Phantom Lux had like the confidence. He was just like, yeah, this guy's going to choke multiple times, so it's fine if I use a team that takes 4 minutes to clear. He's done. Bro just has to keep resetting. Let's just look and see what it looks like.
Gen Z is logged in with the Provola Condoretta. Wait, I just realized Gen Z is running sustainless. Wait, is that sustainless?
No, Cantarella heals.
Wait, it is, right? Yeah. Okay, wait, technically Condoretta heals a little bit, but it's like nowhere near as much as the other one thing about.
Cantarella seems to be a bit ahead.
Oh no! Gen Z! Oh my god, this is why you run sustains.
This is why you run sustains? Oh, I'm not gonna lie. That's funny. That's funny. This is why you run sustains.
This is why you run sustains, guys. Oh my god, that is a horrible grab.
Yeah.
Oh my god, Genesis is probably punching his fucking air right now, bro. It's like, oh my god, bro. It's like, bro, that is.
So yeah, it's just, I'm not gonna lie. This is genuinely. If this happened to me, I would be fucking embarrassed. I'm just gonna be real with you. If this happened to me, where my opponent thought I was so easy, they put in a team that does 1/3 the damage that my team does, with the full confidence that I was just going to get skill issued and not be able to complete the stage. Brother, this is like minus 5,000 aura. Minus 5,000 aura to be getting cleaned out by Spectral Rover Verita. While I'm using one of the best duos in the game. Like literally one of the best duos in the game for Lova Cantarella. Yeah, that was rough. So yeah, I don't think we need to see too much more of that, but I was just letting you guys know. I think there's a reason why nobody asked me to take a look at this tournament afterwards, cuz I'm just going to be real with you guys. I feel so bad for the organizers. Cuz what they did was they set all this shit up and then proceeded to have a team go 5-1. Out of 6 matches, they win 5 of them. I think the only person that wins is Ruby in this round right here. And that's because the guy died. This is the one match that Ruby's team won. It's on match 5 out of 6. So, like, the tournament's already over at this point. I'm pretty sure, right? Like, it was over after this round. Because it was already 4-2. Herc got trolled by his team in draft. Yeah, I saw some shit over here where it's like, bros out here using a fucking Carlotta against a Glacial enemy. How does this even happen? Why is he using Carlotta against a Glacial-resistant enemy? In fact, how does that even occur? I think bro just takes a screenshot instead of playing when he looks at the damage he does. He just takes a screenshot instead and gives up. He's like, yeah, this is not completable within the 5-minute time limit. Even if I were to play perfectly, there's literally not enough damage to clear. He's a good Yao player. Rex's team did their investigation and banned Yao at the start. What this tournament just makes me think is that, like, Rexlet wanted some money. This tournament just seems like Rexlet wanted some money and, like, was just like, all right, let's do this. Phoebe was banned too. So, guys, we're out here talking about the Genazad Zani Phoebe team. Like, he knows how to play it. He couldn't clear the Dragon of Dirge in 10 minutes with the team in the last tournament. So it's like, you know what? I guess it doesn't matter what he plays. So it's like, he's target ban or not, the same result's gonna happen. Yeah, I'm just gonna be real with you. Yeah, I'm beginning to see the reason now why nobody said to watch this thing, because I feel like the hype after this round, I feel like the hype was just cooked. $4,500 tourney, so I assume a lot of them practice too. Well, I guess something crazy has to happen for you to end up with a fucking Carlotta versus a Glacial boss. Check Yumi versus Wallensteins. I heard this was the actual entertaining part. They're doing like speedrun clears against each other.
But are you so?
Go. Oh my goodness, I'm gonna have to be like locked in on a timer. Sweetly, I will rely on you for the commentary.
Well, they're almost going exactly at the same time for the frames.
Yeah, they just did a speed run. They just did speedrun clears against each other. Yeah, I feel like that was like the halftime show. When the halftime show is the most interesting part. Yeah, I think they did like a TOA run as well. Didn't they like go against like Glizzy Rider or something? Oh yeah, there they go. They're both using the mono fusion team.
I actually can't tell if they're doing the same swaps, but it looks like it.
They're very closely synced.
Yeah.
Oh,
what the
finish with the A?
Ooh, Wallenstein's got fucking cleaned out. Ooh, Wallenstein's got cleaned out, brother. Oh, he got cleaned out. Wallenstein's anchor didn't crit. Ooh, he missed the crit on the anchor. Ooh, unlucky. Yeah, that actually... I guess this is the thing, right? I think this just proves that Quick Swap is literally just rotation behavior as well. It's just you have to press a lot more buttons in Quick Swap. But I feel like traditionally, the fact that you see them both doing the same exact things is a little bit telling. Right? About the complexity of Quick Swap. It kind of just is like a more complex rotation. When you think about it at the end of the day, is it not? You're just pressing buttons in order. There's just about 30 more buttons. Okay. So, do we truly not have... Okay. So yeah, there's truly no other things. There's no other things. There's no other things. All right. Sorry, I need to go ban some people from YouTube chat real fast. Give me 1 second. Yeah, I need to go ban some people from YouTube. 1 minute. Where they at? All right. Wait. Yeah, no, it's not YouTube. Was it Kick? I think it's Kick. Oh dear, I need to go check it. I need to go moderate Kick real fast. Give me a second. Alrighty, where are we at over here? Where are we at over here? I need to go moderate Kick. No, it's not Kick. Was it Twitch? Is there a fourth chat stream? Is there a fourth chat stream? Or did one of the mods already take care of it? I guess one of the mods already took care of it. Okay, no big deal. Alright, so HSR is actually boot. You hit somebody? Okay, I guess that's what it was. So, about Nod Cry. I don't think I'm going to watch a 24-minute Doro44 video on Nod Cry. Yeah, there's a 24-minute Doro44 video about Nod Cry. That's a little, that's a bit much. The hype didn't last 1 week. Didn't hear shit about Genshin after the first day of 6.0. What about Brand Online? Why no?
I noticed.
You know what? I didn't realize that this was just Brand's video. And this is the thing. I think have you guys, wait, do you guys have that tweet? Do you guys have that tweet? Oh, wait 1 second. If you start banning chatters, you will become dictator and lose viewers. Alright, guys. I'm officially a dictator. I'm officially a dictator. Time for me to lose viewers now. Loose. Should I continue being a dictator and unban him? I'm looking for this one tweet where somebody takes a photo of Brand's video and then is talking shit about him. It was on my feed. Does anyone have that tweet? It has like 9,000, maybe 10,000 likes on Twitter. And it's just Brand on. Yep. Okay, there we go. Nope, not this one. It has 10K likes. No, it has 10K. It has like 10K, 9K likes. But it's like not this shit again. Is it this one? Is he living in an alternative timeline? That might be the one. But I feel like there was another one with like more aggressive wording, or maybe that was the one that I thought was the one that was being a little bit crazy. Let me scrub through my feed like one more time. Because right now my feed is filled with fucking pregnant woman taking Tylenol. That's currently the meta right now. Yep. My feed is clogged with pregnant woman taking Tylenol. Yeah. Quite a time. Quite a time. You into that? No. So basically, there's this whole thing with like Tylenol where there was some sort of Harvard study that came out where it's like they created some sort of like, or they investigated some sort of link between Tylenol and like autistic children when pregnant women take it. And then I think the president said some shit about it. And then, like, out of anger or, I guess, to get back at him, there's now a bunch of pregnant people taking Tylenol. Posting videos of it online. Yeah. What's Tylenol? It's acetaminophen. It's a pain reliever and fever reducer. Okay, maybe that tweet was what it was. The move is to take more Tylenol after some research said it's bad. Yeah. I guess the thing is that, like, even if you thought the research wasn't 100% right, I feel like there at some point you would want to at least exercise caution until maybe a little bit more is done. But you know, it's your kid, brother. Like, hey, it's your kid, brother. This, as far as I'm concerned, when it comes to like the degree of like responsibility of, I guess, raising or maybe like dealing with an autistic kid, it's like, I think it's the hardest on the parents. Depending on how severe it is, I feel like it's like hardest on the parents. So, I mean, it's sort of just like, at the end of the day, if it is truly linked together, then it's like, well, you're just, I mean, it's literally is your problem. Unfortunate, yeah, but it literally is your problem to deal with. I'm currently wondering what life is like while autistic. One day you'll visit the doctor and you'll just be like, oh man, I've had the answer all along. Okay. All right. Alrighty. I think we can use this as our springboard for the react. There we go. Okay. So, this is the tweet that people have linked me. I think it might be the one. I thought the wording here was like, I thought the wording here was a little bit more fucked up. But yeah, I think this might be the one. It's a glazing vid. Is it?
Release of 6.0. They did in all the previous All Conquest combined, or at least decided to change.
Oh, so it's a clickbait glazing vid. Is it? Look at the comment section. Ah, I see. So he's kind of like posing it as, why is nobody Oh, so they're trying to save nod cry engagement. I see. I see. Okay. All right. All right. Okay. Well, damn, this video doesn't fit our agenda. Fuck this video. Well, this is the thing. The video's about how crazy people are going to get over Brand Online's vids. And the thing is that, well, if he doesn't actually critique it, then it's like, you know, it's not really anything. Yeah, it's just these guys being super dumb. But I can't be like, oh, all right, well, let's make a video now about how one guy doesn't watch videos and is stupid. Hey guys, Genshin players don't watch videos before making takes about them. What's new? But if there was actually a critique in his vid, then this becomes more different from, okay, this guy's too dumb to watch a video. Oh, great. Reminds me of someone? That's what I'm saying. It's like, there's not really too much to discuss over there when someone's just, you know, that lazy. Alright. I guess we can pop open HSR then. It's been a minute, boys. Let's see if we're able to enter into the new anomaly mode. Oh boy. Oh boy, it's been a while. It's been a while since I've heard this. Oh dear. What the fuck do you mean, please try again? Bro, I am fucking... Bro, they made their puzzles harder. Bro, they made their puzzles harder. They're like required to use like shapes and shit now. Alright. Deary me, ladies and gentlemen. So, I'm just gonna go ahead, check out how long it takes me to get into the fucking anomaly arbitration. If it legitimately takes too long, I'm just gonna fucking give up on it. This is more of like an explorative thing. Yeah. We're just exploring right now. Oh, son of a bitch. This shit is taking forever. Oh, man. This is probably because I'm queuing up like 3 patches worth of updates. It's even worse than Deadly Assault in ZZZ. We gotta find out, guys. Where's the music? I think I turned it off. Imagine you trigger a 4-hour dialogue at the start. I'm pretty sure we can skip now, right? I'm pretty sure we can just skip now, right? Don't try it, Saint. If you don't have Super Break, Dot, Hisselins, and Casterus, it will be tough. Well, I have Casterus and Super Break. So it should be easy for me, right? I should be able to get at least a good 2 out of 3, right? Good fucking god, this game takes like 10 years to update, man. Alright, surely there's something else to look at. Surely there's something else to look at. Oh, man. We are currently in Gacha hell right now, aren't we?
Hi, welcome back. In any gacha game that you play.
Oh god. Oh god. We got another Moose on Caffeine video, boys. I don't know. Did he actually play these games before talking? Did he actually play these games before talking about the end game?
Hi.
I don't know if he did. I don't know if he did. ZZZ about to be number 1. I don't even fucking know what's in number 1 over here. Yeah, this is the thing, right? Bro has Battle Cats at number 2. And then number 1 is like, Is this what is this? Is this this is Arknights? And then we got ZZZ at number 3. And then I suppose it's Wuthering Waves and... Wait, is it Wuthering Waves or HSR? I don't even know, bro. Oh, I see. So he judged Wuthering Waves fighting against level 45 holograms. Why is there footage of level 45 holograms and then whatever this is? I don't know. I'm confused. I'm confused by this. When you want a specific character in Wuthering Waves. Ooh. Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen a Cosmos video. I'm going to be real with you. It's been a minute. All right, where's this? I think Machor posted a video too. Where the fuck is that one?
Hey, 等一下，他要干嘛？哦，无敌阵，
撞进去了！
哎，这个位置，
无敌阵撞进去了！
哎呦，牛逼呀！哦，我UI。
They're using this team to clear holograms, bro.
我这一脚躲一下。
哦，这个呀，哎呦，他一个下落把两个飞刀弹回去了，可以啊。
他立马跳加重击，希腊传刀把他弹回去了。
那本大师大吃一惊吧 ？S。
I'm not gonna lie, they're not doing bad.
我不能消息啊，不行，等下那个要那啥了。
They're not doing bad. That's the most surprising part.
啊，好弹，可以。 发力了，兄弟们！难道能在1分钟之内把他给搞掉吗？哇，这个合作非常快啊
！Yeah, they're not doing bad. That's actually a pretty. That looks like a pretty comfy clear. What is that camera angle? I think they're trying to do like close-ups of the characters and make it look like a Powerpuff Girls some sort of shit. That's what I feel like they're trying to do with that. Like make it look like a fucking. Make it look like almost like a fucking TV show or some shit. That's what I would. That would be my optimistic take. The pessimistic take, I don't think I need to talk about the pessimistic take. So yeah, I'm not. I don't think I see enough for me to make a conclusion either way. So I'll go with the optimistic take for now. What is that next video at the top? Okay, yeah, I don't even know what that is, bro. That's some weird shit right there. What the fuck even was that? That looked like a medical video, so I guess it is what it is. Yeah, I don't even know how Billy... I guess Billy allows, like, medical videos of, like, that sort of, like, fucking type to just, like, stay there. Yeah, that's fucking weird. I missed it. Well, yeah, my chat was covering, like, 90% of it, so it's just whatever Billy does, Billy does, man. Fucking some weird shit right there. We know why it was there. I don't know, bro. All right. All right. Why is the HP increasing every patch? Well, it's like, you know, they kind of already settled it, didn't they, ladies and gentlemen? They already kind of settled it. It's kind of done and over with, aren't we? Yeah, it's a wrap for this one, guys. It's a wrap for this one. We've already... this is the thing. I don't think there's any more point in farming this, because it's like everyone's already made their take on it. That post is getting eviscerated. This doesn't really look eviscerated. I don't know. 338 upvotes looks pretty okay to me. Update complete. All right, let's do this.
When people talk about the
How criticizing Hoyoverse is the biggest sin in Gacha. I forgot Smack Sam been farming lately, too. Alright, guys. Did you know Fob got banned on Twitch? I heard Fob got banned on Twitch. Yeah, that's an unfortunate situation for the guy. Unfortunate situation. Welcome back. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, I've heard that Honkai Star Rail has gotten some great new expansions to its endgame, and I've been looking for the opportunity to, of course, give it a test for myself, because, as you all know, we always like taking a look at where Hoyo endgames are going, and I've heard some good things. That's a lie. I've heard no good things about Anomaly Arbitration. I've only heard bad things. And so, why don't we go ahead, verify whether or not those rumors are true by just giving it a try for ourselves. So, you can see over here on my screen, I don't know what language this is, but it's there. I'm a returnee to the game, because last thing I did on this account was pull Finon. I didn't pull his light code, and then I quit the game. This was during the Fate Grand Order patch. Or sorry, not the Fate Grand Order. The Fate Unlimited Blade Works collab patch, because it was so fucking bad. That's where we're at right now with our account. We'll claim those nice 200 Stellar Jades and Relic Remains. Maybe that's all we're going to need. Now let's go ahead and see how we access this game mode. That's a lot of resources. Okay. How do we get here? All right. Intellitron Endgame. Let's do this. Let's do this. Surely I'll be able to access it right now. Surely I'll be able to access it right now. Where's... Oh! Did you guys see that? Did you guys see that? Oh my god! The game is saved! An actual skip button. I can skip all that bullshit before the start of the game mode, because, you know, nobody cares. When protected by knights, the king's power will be greatly enhanced. Do you want to challenge the king directly? Okay. All right. All right. I see what's going on over here. So there are the 3 different knights over here. I need to go fight the knights, and for every knight that I beat up, then I guess the king is going to get weakened. That's what I feel like is going to occur. All right, let's get a little bit of the in-game dialogue going. I think HSR's music is okay, so I guess we could just keep it going. All right, let's check it out. Grant me the judgment. Let's do this. All right, so knight number 1's got that resilient armor. Okay, you got to use a super break team over here. Then you got knight number 2. For every 1% HP the enemy target loses, reduces crit damage dealt to them. Okay, I need damage over time here, because that damage over time doesn't crit. And this guy has, each time the enemy target is attacked, the attacker loses HP. Okay, so I want Casterus or Blade here. I want somebody that benefits from losing HP over here. Okay. All right, that's it. I actually do feel like I have the teams that I need to kind of deliver some damage in this game mode. I think I have the teams that I need. So let me go ahead. Let me see what I can cook up right now. Hopefully I do. Okay, so side number 1, obviously we got to use some super break. So why don't we go with this lineup? Where's my Gallagher? Do that and Ron May, right? That should be the team that works. That should be the team that works. We got Firefly, Fug You, Gallagher, and Ron May. Now for the Knight, I don't have Hisselin, so do I just what do I do? I'm gonna be real with you. I don't have Hisselins. Maybe I can go like Kafka Acheron. This team looks so fucked up. Yeah, like, is this something I can do? Is this legal? Is this legal? Is this a legal team? Okay. That feels like it could work. And at the bottom now. Oh, but I'm supposed to use my Hisselins. Oh, I'm supposed to use her for Casterus. What do I even put in this third slot here, buddy? What do I even do here? Who do I put there? Fucking Luocha? We'll do Luocha. Fuck it. And at the bottom now. Of course, this is going to be the anchor. This is going to be the anchor right here. All right, who's the 4th person on this team? Wait, yeah, who is the 4th? Oh, it's Tribby. Easy. Easy. All right, guys. So, I think we should be ready to go. Like, this should work. Let's see how hard Anomaly Arbitration actually is, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Achieve victory in no more than 6 cycles. Achieve victory in no more than 2 cycles. So to 3-star this, I need to achieve it in no less than... I need to 2-cycle it. Maybe I should take a look at my characters. Is there a way to take a look at my characters? Let me just make sure that they're ready. 162 speed, that looks fine. 156, that looks okay. 161, 160, okay. Our team's fast. Surely she'll be okay. I think she'll be fine. She's fast too, so I guess that's good. And he looks pretty fast as well. She's turbo. She's slow. He's turbo. And she's slow. Okay, that should be okay. That should be okay. Let's do this. And this is an S2 Acheron. This is an E2 Acheron. So, we shall see. Why is my shit in Japanese? The fuck? All right, let's do this. Did it save our lineups? It did. Let's do this. All right, it's got 2 stacks of resilient armor, and each one reduces damage taken. And breaking their toughness bar will
That one doesn't look too friendly.
remove that buff.
Sound linger.
Let's do this.
Eternal.
All right. So the first thing we gotta do is, of course, do it on auto first. And let me just, I guess, move my camera over here for fun. Yeah, there we go. All right. All right, there we go. Dealing damage and defeating enemy targets will accumulate chess. When you accumulate chess progress, the stage challenge will be successfully completed. Each one has a cycle limit. You will fail upon running out.
Unite our goals.
All right, I guess let's see what it does on auto first.
Until everything burns to ashes!
All will be swept away by
Let's just see what it does on auto first.
My friends? Indulge yourselves!
Yeah, my squad is
Dream vanished.
it was looking a little bit
Let us
it was looking a little bit
dance
cooked
once
there
more.
for a second. Okay.
Clouds scattered. Existence is
We'll move
unity.
chat over here for now. You may see my huge damage.
Share good fortunes.
Hey, 0 cycles,
All will be swept away by the
37%.
wind.
That doesn't seem too bad.
Dream vanished.
Right? That doesn't seem too bad. Now we're at 40%.
Until everything burns to ashes!
My friends? Indulge yourselves!
Hey, 44%, 1 cycle. Okay, yeah, we're probably not. Auto's probably not going to cut it. I didn't even realize that thing has 2 HP bars and I'm supposed to do it in 1 cycle. Wait, I'm supposed to do 2 HP bars in 1 cycle? I mean, I do a lot, but that does seem like a lot.
Dance once more.
Yeah, like, you know, they're getting cooked right now. Looks possible. We got right here. We got like a little bit of juice left. We're fucked.
Enjoying yourself?
We're so fucked. It's unbelievable.
Indulge yourselves!
Like, yeah, we don't have enough. I have no mana.
Clouds scattered.
Let's see what auto just gets us then. So we lost 1 star. I assume we should be able to 2-star this. We should be able to 2-star it. If we can't, that would be ridiculous.
Existence is unity. All will be swept away by the wind.
Share good fortunes. Fight to live!
That did a lot of damage. Okay, so we got a 2-star on that one on auto. Let's see what we can get playing manually. Because, of course, I like to think that we're an absolute prodigy at this game. And, of course, how hard can this game be when you only have 3 buttons you can press?
Type 4. Activate.
Eternal.
All right, all right. We got to get some supporting action going on, ladies and gentlemen. Brother, I don't even know what I did against these things.
There's more to life.
Every petal, all will be swept away by the wind.
Here we go.
Like firefly until everything burns to ashes! Firefly type 4 in possession.
Yeah, this should get him. Boom.
Recalibrating. Let's seize this fine moment. Dream vanished.
Getting some. Okay, we got some good breaking action going on over here.
That's all you got?
Some value, I
Nice,
suppose.
like a good brew. Full, my friends. Indulge yourselves!
Not bad damage overall. It's, you know, it could be better.
This is more sets the seas of flame. Clouds scattered.
Can we get all of this done by the time the cycles are over? I don't know.
In the mood for another beating?
I probably should just skill here, right? For that energy.
Time to mix things up.
1,000 thanks, benefactor.
Hopefully we got enough juice.
Firefly Type 4, fight to land!
Unk, don't break with Gallagher.
Share good fortunes.
That's probably a good idea.
Every petal, all will be swept away by the wind.
This is a little bit sussy. My ass is about to die.
Have we met? Dream vanished.
Recalibrating.
Wait, she might be able to tank another hit.
Vision terminated.
Broke it! Hey, hey!
Confidence.
What the fuck even was that? Yo, wait. That was like the worst targeting I've ever seen in my life. What the fuck even was that? I thought I was about to get some casterish shit ready to go. I thought I was about to clear because of the global passive for a second there. I thought I was about to clear because of the global passive. That was close. Auto's better. That was just unlucky. Okay, so somebody told me I can't break with Gallagher. And you know what? You're probably right. I should be breaking with exclusively Firefly. So let's try that one more time.
Unite our goals.
Break exclusively with our Firefly.
Join the battle. Attack.
Until everything burns to ashes!
Every petal in life, all will be swept away by the wind.
This is more than a battle.
There we go. Okay. A nice 200k big player damage over there.
Friends? Indulge yourselves!
Wait, that broke? Huh. Maybe did I fuck up over here? Like it's like not worth using it, right? Like who do I use this on? Like the little guy? Little guy's just gonna die from AoE. Use it on the left, the mid. I mean, she'll still have a second bar to break over here. The left? Alright, whatever. I mean, that still does huge damage.
Let's see this.
That didn't even deal that much.
Dream vanished.
Step up, let's see ya. How's this taste?
All right, we'll farm some energy over here. Here we go. This is gonna be huge.
Clouds scattered. Dreams of a past life are...
Surely we can zero cycle this side, right?
There's more to life. Eternal.
In the mood for another beating? Time to mix things up.
1,000 thanks, benefactor. Set the seas aflame! No holding back.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know if this is gonna happen.
Step up, let's see ya. Nice like a good brew. Full-bodied and sweet. My friends? Indulge yourselves!
Yeah, I don't know, man. This seems like it's gonna be a little bit rough.
Some value, I suppose.
Every petal, all will be swept away by the wind.
I feel like if I'm playing like other characters, I'm like good here. All right, surely, right? Surely we can do this here.
Dream vanished.
No, we took the cycle, bro. Was there a way to not do? Was there a way to get it?
This sets the sea ablaze.
Because I mean, we get it here. Do the cycles even like reset, like they do in MOC? The cycle does, so it doesn't matter. Oh, so it like doesn't really even matter, is what you're telling me.
Clouds scattered.
Okay, that. I guess that's a little bit better.
1,000 thanks.
It just stays where you left off. Okay, that makes sense.
Firefly Type 4 in position. Fight.
Well, let's see what this triple bait does. The action bar does not reset. Okay, so I guess what I have is just what I have.
Share good fortunes. Dreams of a past. Let us dance once more.
Oh dear. That's what you call skill point mismanagement right there, buddy.
Nice second, my friends. Indulge yourselves!
Brother, I'm just gonna be real with you. I don't see how this is clearing this in 2 cycles. I don't see how this is clearing in 2 cycles.
Set in position.
I literally think it's just it cannot be done on my account. Yeah, we already. Yeah, this is way worse. Yeah, yeah, you know what? Yeah, that one is. Now that I know how that one works. Okay, get me the fuck. Why am I in a fucking dialogue? Now that I know how this one works, it does feel like you probably. This lineup that I got over here, Firefly's like just on the free-to-play light cone. She's on the Luke. These are all basically just like, you know, budget options that we got going on over here. And it's also E0 Firefly, so I guess it's not surprising that we got 2 stars, right? It is what it is for that one. Let's go ahead. Let's see what this guy's looking like. We got a whole Black Swan, Kafka, Acheron team. I feel like this team is going to be really bad because my Acheron is super slow. We'll just see how it goes.
Make a wish.
We'll just see how it goes.
Repay.
Hey, let's just see how. You know what? What is this? Why am I already dead?
Thanks. You're too good to me.
Eternal sleep is nothing.
I haven't taken a turn yet.
Stand still.
Don't get complacent.
What the fuck did I just go through?
What do you want to know?
Ill tidings manifest. Beneath the waters lies an endless abyss.
Good times. No time to say bye. Boom. I weep for the departed. It too shall fall.
Am I even Is this even right? Bro, I'm getting fucking cleaned out.
Say bye to breathing.
Bro, what even is this shit?
Attribution will find you.
Familiar. Again.
I'm good. Anyways, let's move on to the next stage. What the fuck even was that? I died on, like, the first cycle because they just hit me 3,000 times. What the fuck? I got to attack one time. I got one turn. And then they proceeded to do, like, 20,000 damage to my entire team. I got 0 cycled by the enemy. What the fuck even was that? I'm not gonna lie. That first one felt okay. That first one felt okay. The night stage. What the fuck was this? Am I supposed to use, like, a different character? Like, I don't even feel like this team should have just auto-died like that. This team straight up, I think on auto, this team, I don't even know how that team survives. That just doesn't even look possible. What even is that? What do I do against that? All right. Well, this team should be better. And you know what? I have full confidence because I have Caster Ricey plus her Light Cone. I'm pretty sure I can just, like...
Let's observe first.
Right here, right? Boom! We're just gonna auto this. We're just gonna auto this. It's gonna be fine. I believe. We have the 3.0 character. It's no big deal. Yeah, just how much? 330k.
Have some sunshine. Dispel the gloom. Restore the skies. Root here.
Why did that do only 70k?
Embrace a new life.
You got this. The power global passives. Hey, yo. Wait, why did 1 million damage only do that little?
As you wish. Embrace a new life. May death protect us.
That only did 8.5, 850k.
Root here.
We haven't used a site. We're only 10% of the way through. Is there another wave after this?
Restore the skies. Embrace a new life.
Why is this character not automatically winning the mode?
We can do anything.
Have some sunshine. As you wish. Embrace a new life. May death protect us.
This character was 0 cycling on auto 2 patches ago.
Here.
I'm still on 0 cycles used. I don't know how. I feel like I've been watching this for 30 minutes. How am I still on 0 cycles used? I've just been sitting here. Bro, imagine playing this team on manual. It would take you like 30 minutes to do 1 cycle. It's on fucking auto. I swear to God, it's been like 3 minutes and we're still on cycle 0.
As you wish.
We can do anything.
What even is this? How is it still at 0? I've acted like 4,000 times.
May death protect us. Root here. Deliver more.
Bro, I'm getting fatigued.
being insane.
I'm getting tired on auto. I'm getting, like, exhausted watching this. It's on fucking auto.
Dispel the gloom. Restore the skies. Lighting the west wind. Away we go.
How would you play this on manual, bro?
We can do anything.
May death protect us.
Good lord.
Have some sunshine. As you wish.
Just you wait.
Embrace a new life. Don't be rash.
Damn, we're getting fucking... We're getting multi-shotted.
Restore the skies. Lighting the west wind. Away we go.
We can do anything.
Return to dust.
Surely we get it here, right? I feel like my damage must have ramped up.
The way that went. That hurts a bit. Have some sunshine. Lighting the west wind. Away we go.
Bro,
Embrace a new life.
are we just...
Dispel the gloom. Restore the skies.
Bro! How's it... We've been here forever!
Protect us. Loot here.
We can do anything.
As you wish. Gotta stop them here. Embrace a new life.
Okay. So, I guess if you have Casterus, you're good. Okay, I'm glad that the one investment I made in version 3.0 has allowed me to get 3 stars. Brother, but I'm just gonna be entirely honest with you. Why the fuck did that take so long? I played it on auto and I got bored. I got tired. Imagine playing that on manual. You'd be sitting there for like 20 minutes on manual. Okay. So, this is the unfortunate part about the matter, right? Is right now, if I were to challenge Lygus, right, the king's power is going to be greatly enhanced because the knight is protecting him. And so, I do believe I'm going to get fucking destroyed. But the thing is, what do you even do against this floor? What do you do against this? You know what? How about this? What if I go my legendary Adventurine? What if we use this team comp, right? And then Adventurine is like on that shit. Right. This should cook. This should cook, chat. Adventurine's on that shit where when you're damaged, you create... You give them a debuff when you're damaged. Right? And, like, he's gonna get so many hits in that, like, we'll just spam debuffs on them. Surely we can beat the knight this way. Yeah, I believe in that one. I believe in that one, boys. I think it's a legitimate strat. I think it's a legal strat. And let me actually move my guys so that they'll farm the energy that way. All right, yeah, let's do that. Sparkles 163, 101, 141, and 159. Hell yeah, let's do it, brother. Yeah, we're about to cook this guy. Who cares if we don't have any critical damage? Who cares if we don't have any critical damage? It's yeah, that's totally not an important stat, right?
Feeling lucky. A slow simmer over.
Stream 4.
All right, I'm gonna be real. I can't be bothered to play any of these manually, so let's just see how it does on auto. This thing already gave me like fucking a disease last time I tried playing. I'm good.
It too shall fall.
E2 S1 Acheron. So hopefully in E2 her ultimate did 2%.
Can you find the answer?
From still waters of oblivion.
Just a free massage. Bust.
Come on, hit him.
I'll take it off.
Boom! 17K, massive 7K follow-up. The meter is still at 3%, lads.
I weep for the departed.
Boom, 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 boom. A whopping 740K for 2% progress.
Watch your head.
Yo, BRB guys, I'm gonna go quickly grab something. Over, under, by the time I get back, will it be over or under 30%? How about we create a poll right now? By the time I get back, is it gonna be over or under 30%? I'll be gone for like a minute or two.
It too shall fall.
Watch your head. Can you find the answer?
Bust. Or maybe I'll take it off. New season.
I weep for the departed. It too shall fall. Still waters of oblivion.
Watch your head. Since you're already here, why not have a meal before you leave? No dirty tricks.
Ooh, unders win. Unders win.
Watch your head.
We're still on cycle 0. Okay. Yeah. I'm not playing this shit on manual. Sorry, bro. I'm sorry, bro.
I weep for the departed.
I'm not playing this shit on manual. Nah, if it's been going for like 4 minutes and it's still on cycle 0, I'm good, man. We still got 74 action value left. This team is doing far better than the other one. I'm just gonna tell you that right off the bat.
Or maybe I'll take it
This team's doing far better than the other one.
Watch your head.
Feeling spiffy?
Destined for oblivion.
Spend freely. Since you're already here, why not have a meal before you leave?
I weep for the departed. It too shall fall.
Is this gonna clear?
Familiar.
Can you find the answer?
Again, still waters of oblivion.
Yeah, now my cycles are fucking disappearing, bro. Yeah, this is some bullshit.
New season. It's on me. Bust. Or maybe I'll take it off.
I weep for the departed. It too shall fall.
dirty tricks already. Watch your head. Since you're already here,
Come on, man.
before you leave.
Feeling spiffy?
Destined for oblivion. I weep for the departed.
Here we go. Come on. Boom, boom, boom. All right, let's clear that first wave at least, right? Surely.
Can you find the answer?
Still waters of oblivion. Familiar. A little more heat.
Feeling spiffy?
Destined for oblivion. I weep for the departed. It too shall fall. Spend freely. Bust. Or maybe I'll take it all.
Oh, man. Well, that's 1 star gone, but I'm pretty sure my sparkle is 1,000% gone. Well, she was dead anyways, boys. I don't really care about that one. She was fucking dead anyways. Hey, it helps. Hey, that helps. Hey, actually, W. All right, now we're on cycle 4.
Feeling spiffy?
I'm not gonna clear.
Familiar. Bust. Or maybe I'll take it all. Watch your head. I weep for the departed. It too shall fall. No dirty Still waters of oblivion.
All right, at least we have no downed characters, right? Okay, we're done.
I weep for the departed. It too shall fall.
Oh, we're back. Never mind, we're back, boys.
Bust.
Get him.
Maybe I'll take it all.
Boom. Come on, let's see it.
Can you find the answer?
All right, here we go.
Bust. Or maybe I'll take it all. Watch your head.
Huge 69K, 33K, massive.
Have a meal before you leave.
Cook them. Ooh, that's a little bit rough. Hey, our shields are thick though. Wait, we might get this, boys. We're almost there. We got.
Destined for oblivion.
One last cycle. Can we do it? At the finish line, my E2S1 Acheron. The squad has been revived. A whopping 45K Adventuring Ultimate. Oh, surely right here is when we'll... Oh, no.
Spend freely. Still waters of
Oh, right here. This is where it ends, boys. Huge.
It too shall fall. More heat.
He's at 1%. All right. The King's Guards have been eliminated. All right, boys. Let's get our clean 6 out of 9. Ooh, that'd be nice to get. Oh. Ooh, okay. We got what is this? Lone Stardust. Ooh, okay, we got 2 of our resins. Looks like we're not getting this one because that's just not gonna be possible unless I spend $3,000 on this game. Let's go see over here. We got to clear Lygus in 2 cycles, ladies and gentlemen. We got inversion. We lose HP. We got energy absorption. Reduces my energy as well. great. When ally targets are being attacked, the Sunder effect. I lose my max H. Okay, so I've got to play somebody that benefits from losing their HP, but also doesn't scale off of max HP. Otherwise, I need a shield. So, like, I need a Casterus with shielding. Is that basically it? I need a Casterus that has a shield as well. Because otherwise, the Casterus is just going to be losing all her HP. Don't need the shield. Okay, okay. So, we're just going to run the Casterus lineup. And like, this should clear. What if I put Blade in? How about, yeah, what if I put Blade in? When the number of allied targets currently on the field is not 4. Whenever an ally uses their ultimate, ignore 40%. After receiving shield or healing, reduce damage taken and increase all type penetration. Which one is it? I think it's 1 or 4, right? 1 or 4. All right. So we've already seen what the builds are on all the other units. Let's see what the Blade's looking like. Yeah, this is fine, right? Yeah, when the number of allied targets on the field is not 4. So I'm gonna have the Hyacinth thing as well as the memo sprite from Casterus, so that's gonna be 6. Yeah, Hyacinth has hers, so it's gonna be like permanently. That should be permanently up. All right, let's see how this one does, boys. Surely this one will be good, right? Surely this one will be good, right? Let's do it. All right, Lycus, prepare yourself, bucko. You're about to get cooked, buddy.
Emerge from your cocoon.
All right, let's see it.
May death protect us!
Failed to send you.
I mean, he already did a follow-up attack. Like, bro started off the stage with a follow-up attack. That's pretty legit.
As you wish.
The fight is set. Failed to send you.
Embrace a new life.
I mean, this doesn't look bad. We're only at 2%.
Savor it for me.
Boom! Wait, Blade actually kind of doing some shit. All right, Caster Icy with the big 824k.
Failed to send you.
I mean, that's pretty good. That's a 400k follow-up attack.
Root here.
Failed to send you.
Wait, bro's kind of putting in work.
May death protect us. Have some sunshine.
Guys, can you even blame me for just not wanting to play this manually? I don't think you can blame me, right? I feel like it's a very rational thing I'm doing over here.
Embrace a new life. May death protect us.
New sub goal, play HSR manually. I'm gonna be real here. That would be a supreme one. This is hard. Why did my bro just get destroyed? Huh?
Failed to send you.
Have some sunshine. Root here. Embrace a new life.
Yo, I'm almost dying, man. Maybe I need the third one.
May death protect us.
That one gives me like some defense. All right, buddy. Hope you like follow-up attacks, bucko.
Dispel the gloom. Restore the skies. Show me the way. As you wish.
Failed to send you.
Embrace a new life.
Savor it for me.
Bro, I'm only giving this one try. I feel like this team is performing fine. This is an E2 blade.
May death protect us.
Your end approaches.
Root here.
Bro, I've been here forever.
Embrace a new life. Okay. May death protect us. Have some sunshine.
Bro, I'm at 25%.
Too little. Failed to send you.
As you wish. Like the Westland. Away we go!
Failed to send you.
Brother. Is HSR's definition of endgame literally make the stage take 30 minutes to do?
Embrace a new life.
Because, like, God forbid I play this shit manually. It would take 10 fucking hours to do this. And, like, imagine across your 30-minute run, you make one mistake, and, like, one mistake at minute 28, and then you gotta redo the entire thing.
Savor it for me.
Bro, imagine that.
Embrace a new life. May death protect us. As you wish.
Well, we might see Lygus in Cycle 6. We might see him in at least our team's not dying, right?
Failed to send you.
Embrace a new life. May death protect us. Don't be rash. Show me the way. Root here.
Failed to send you.
Like the Westland. Away we go! Dispel the gloom.
Can't die with Hyacinth and Dragon? That's what it seems like. Are you guys saying I need to manually make Tribute use her skill? Hey, we got Lygus. All right, we'll manually use it. There you go. Ooh, he's got 5 HP bars. Wait, so he got 5 of those? He got 5 of those.
Savor it for me. Failed to send you on solution.
Embrace a new life.
Invoking Logos, the Trojan horse enters. Savor it for me.
Hey, the music's good though. I love filthy dubstep playing in the background as my ass is getting destroyed by another HSR endgame boss. Love it. Like Casterus's dragon sounds like a machine gun right now.
Savor it for me.
Embrace a new life. May death protect us.
What's he about to do? Oh, it's Zhang Liao?
Hiding the west wind. Away we go.
Emanate.
Show me the way. Dispel the gloom. Restore the skies. Embrace a new life. May death protect us.
Fail to stand you. Savor it for me.
As you wish. Have some sunshine.
We got one of the HP bars though.
Embrace a new life.
We got one of them.
Mountain commands. Removal abilities.
Dispel the gloom.
Hey, I got an achievement.
Show me the way. Return to dust.
Fail to stand you.
It sounds like a bug.
Protect us. Embrace a new life. May death protect us.
Hey, maybe we get it here. Maybe we'll get 2 HP bars, boys. Hey, a 0 cycle is unachievable for us. Maybe we can do a 6.
Embrace a new life.
Bro is fucking hypercubing my ass. That's some bullshit.
May death protect us. Root here. Have some sunshine. Dispel the gloom. Restore the
Bro, this boss has like 30 minutes of soundtrack because they knew that's how long the fight was gonna take. I played all of them on auto, and this recording is almost an hour long. It's on auto, and the recording is almost an hour long.
Mountain commands. Removal abilities.
Hiding the west wind. Away we go.
Savor
Brother,
it for
there's
me.
no way it takes. There's no way.
May death protect us. Show me the way.
Hey, 2 HP bars left, boys. Hey, awesome. Nothing I love more than spending 20 minutes watching a fight and then see this at the end of it. I love nothing more than that. That is an awesome experience. Just on auto, spending 15 minutes on one fight and then seeing this. Imagine if you fought this manually and then saw this. You wanna know what I would do? Fucking boom! Right into the middle of this fucking monitor. I'm pretty sure at least there's a good number of HSR players that currently they're looking at spider webs on their screen instead of HSR. Looking at fucking spider webs. Because on auto, apparently that took 12 minutes to do on auto. On auto, 12 minutes. Who designed this? Bro, like, I'm just gonna be honest. Somebody probably... they probably got the guy from Genshin Impact that designed Stygian Onslaught for this one. What the fuck is that? Like, I'm just over here. I'm looking at it. An attack. It dealt 2 million damage. And then it did like 1% of his 5th HP bar. He still had 4 more of them after that. So we ended this using Caster Icy with her light cone. And this is the thing. Low-key, I feel like that team is worse if I don't have Blade. I feel like Blade was actually doing work against that thing. I feel like Blade was actually doing some fucking work, too. So, genuinely, it might probably be worse if I didn't have him in. He was cooking. But I still don't think it's... I still don't think it clears. I don't think that clears, bro. So, yeah, if I were to summarize this game mode, it literally is pull the newest units or you don't get to play. I'm pretty sure if I were to just go ahead, right, go to this menu. Oh, looky here, what do we got? Oh, what? Am I the only one that thinks this character looks like shit? Anyways, dude, this character looks so bad. Like, if I just did this, right? Bro, I'm... Like, if I just did this and I got her, right? I'd be able to clear all the game modes right now. If I just did this, except I did it like 40 times. I was really hoping I would get her. Oh, I got the lesbian light code instead, right? It's like, if I just did that and I got her and I built her, I'm pretty sure I clear all those modes. No doubt in my mind. We're able to 3-star one of them. That's because we had Caster Icy. We try using Caster Icy against that bastard Lygus. 0% chance. Oh, I wouldn't clear it even with her? I would still need multiple sequence nodes? Oh, you know what? Surely, right? I'm not gonna bother with this anymore. All I'm gonna say is, the song playing in the background is super appropriate. You wanna know why? Because that game mode is cooked. I don't know how they managed to do it, but they managed to... If y'all were complaining about the time limit, I'm gonna be real. I prefer a time limit over whatever the fuck this is. I'm actually pretty good on spending 30+ minutes in a fight and then allowing one mistake to undo or basically waste 20+ minutes of my time. And I'm over here. I refuse to play any of these manually because right now it took close to over an hour. Close to over an hour just to do them on auto. On manual, doing all of these would take you like 2+. That's absurd. I don't even know how they do this. And then think about your margin for error on like fucking up on targeting, picking your nose or some shit, or sneezing, and now you just griefed one of your ultimates, and that fucks you over. That just sounds bad, bro. Just use your E6 units or just follow the advice that I'm gonna do. Don't play this shit. Cause this is just Stygian Onslaught Round 2, Electric Boogaloo. But they somehow made it worse. At least with Stygian Onslaught, you know you can't clear within like a minute, like within 30 seconds of starting Stygian Onslaught. You'll know that you're fucked. With this game mode, though, you find out you can't clear after wasting like an hour of your time. At least you go into dire fearless mode and you're like, yeah, this ain't happening. Yeah, you're done in like 20 minutes. Not even 20. You're done in like 5 minutes with Stygian Onslaught. With this, good fucking god. What a disaster. So, yeah, that'll be that for this one, ladies and gentlemen. Let me know what you all thought. Peace. What a fucking mess, bro. What a mess. What the fuck did I just play? How did I take an hour to do that on auto? What the fuck was that? Are these guys on drugs? Okay, alright. Anomaly is insane. Yep, I'm just gonna be real with you over there. That is Stygian Onslaught, but worse. I don't know how else to describe it other than literally, that is Stygian Onslaught, but significantly fucking worse. That's crazy, bro. Holy moly. Okay, let me get that ready for the editorials. HSR's new endgame. Yep, there you go. And I think a disaster is 1000% the correct word to use for it. I think disaster is 1,000,000% the correct word to use for it. What the fuck even was that, man? Oh, that was some dog shit. Holy moly. Satan is back to Hoyo Shilling. If you want to describe whatever that was as Hoyo Shilling, it is what it is, bro. But, yeah. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit. That was, all I know is I'm so glad I am not playing that game anymore. I'm just gonna be honest. I don't know. I look at that, and I'm like, yeah, there's nothing. Fuck it. Kuro, after I played that game mode, I'm like, you know what? Perhaps I don't care what happens in the TOA. Because nothing's ever gonna be that bad. Nothing in Wuthering Waves should theoretically be even close to that bad. Like, fuck it, bro. Hey, double the HP on floors 3 and 4. It won't be as bad as that was. Fuck it. It can't get much worse. That's awful. That's fucking terrible, bro. Where's ZZZ? I heard ZZZ's HP is going up again. No gem reward. It's pointless to do it. Yeah, they added content to the game. I should just not do it. You're right. Alright, guys. I think it's time for us to do a video that we've been putting off for a minute. Time to do a video that we've been putting off for a minute, ladies and gentlemen. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to have a pretty important discussion today. And that discussion is going to be centered around the 1.x units. And by 1.x units, I'm talking about all of the limited characters in Wuthering Waves that were released between, well, version 1.0 and version 1.4 of the game. Okay, yeah, you're gonna need to stop talking while I'm talking, okay? Yep, I just did that. Anyways, so what I wanted to do in this video was go over some of the biggest issues that I'm finding with the 1.0 characters, the easiest ways to fix them, and of course, some next steps for us over here as a community and for the developers at Kuro Games to ensure that these kind of situations don't happen too frequently in the future. Because right now, it's no lie at all to say that there's a bit of a gap, a bit of a rift forming between the older members of the roster and some of the newer ones. All right, so first things first, the topical area that I'm going to be talking about is probably the most important one when it comes to balancing the roster out. And that is going to be something called echoes. It's no lie at all to say that all Sonata sets in this game were not created equal, ladies and gentlemen. And I think the best example that I can show you all isn't by actually taking a look at Jinsei, but it's by taking a look at another 1.0 unit, Gion. So Gion is a unit over here that was released in version 1.0. And the Sonata set that he was centered around in his 1.0 days was the Sierra Gale set. 10% arrow damage, followed by 30% additional arrow damage for 15 seconds after using an intro skill. This Sonata set has a couple of complications, right? You can't use it while you're solo, you need to have a teammate to intro skill to, and its overall damage bonus isn't really high. 40% arrow damage is... I mean, you compare it to the value of a 3-cost. A 3-cost Echo just gives you 30% off rip. This is about 10% better than the 3-cost Echo. That's what it is. Then you go ahead. Let's go ahead and compare it to another set that came out. Gusts of Vulcan. So you can see over here, Gusts of Vulcan does a couple of things. It gives you 10% arrow damage, and then gives you 15% to your entire team, and then 15% to yourself for 20 seconds after you inflict arrow erosion. This is effectively the same exact bonus as Sierra Gale, but it's split across your team. And so, on top of Sierra Gale's bonus of 40% arrow damage, you're also buffing the entire team by 15%. That's just better. That's just better than Sierra Gale, with the condition here being that you're a character that can apply erosion. Only Chakotay really gets a lot of use out of it, though. You're seeing as the sets get more specific, their abilities get stronger. Now you got this set, Windward Pilgrimage. Hitting a target with arrow erosion increases crit rate by 10% and grants 30% arrow damage bonus. This is just Sierra Gale with 10% crit rate on top of it. That's insane. A 2.4 Sonata sets bonus is the same exact bonus as a 1.0 characters, except they just put 10% crit rate on top of the existing effects. Ladies and gentlemen, is it really that surprising at all for us to see that some of these older units are falling behind in terms of overall damage that they're producing, when you can see that there's a gigantic rift in the sets that are being used in the first place? A whole maxed out substat for crit that goes up to 10.5%. That's nuts. And this is the thing. We're talking about some of the more newly released units, right? But this is the situation over here. And this is what makes it kind of feel a little bit icky. Camellia is a unit that released in version 1.4 of the game, right? She was released in a very normal cycle. She uses, well, I'll just put the set on her real fast. She uses this set, which is entirely focused on, right? It's the same exact bonus as Sierra Gale, but you build it up by using basic or heavy attacks. That's 40% damage bonus. The character that was released right after her in the same exact release cycle was Carlotta. Now let's take a look at what Carlotta's signature Sonata set actually looks like. 12% skill damage. On top of that, you get 22.5% Glacio. So you're already at 34.5. Then you get 18%. So that's 36 plus 34.5. This thing gives 70.5% total damage bonus to Carlotta. Every other 1.0 DPS is using a set that gives them 40% damage bonus. This one gives Carlotta 70.5. And obviously, Carlotta is one of the only units in the game that can actually trigger this because it requires multiple uses of your liberation. But this is like almost a whole 100. This is like 80, 70, 80% stronger than the 1.0 Sonata sets. And yes, right, there are some 2.0 sets that aren't great, right? Like Midnight Veil is kind of dog shit, right? It doesn't feel that much of an upgrade over Moonlit Clouds. Empyrine Anthem is like, okay, but then you realize how little damage coordinated attacks do, and you're mostly just using it as like a buffing side grade for Moonlit Clouds. And then pretty much every other set aside from those two is like giga cracked. Like Eternal Radiance is 25% spectral damage on top of 20% crit rate. That's basically the same bonus as a 4-cost Echo that gives 22% crit rate. But then when you go on Eternal Radiance, you get 25% spectral damage, which is about 15% less. But most people would trade 15% damage bonus for 20% crit rate. I think that's a trade that most individuals would make. So hopefully the picture has been painted pretty clear over here. I probably don't even need to get into like Crown of Valor, which is 30% attack and 20% critical damage. This is the biggest gap that exists on the roster. This is the biggest gap that every single 1.0 unit has to overcome. It's the fact that their Sonata sets are on average close to 50% weaker, if not more, than every new set that's been released in the game. And this is the simple thing, right? All we need to do is just release more Sonata sets, or my preference would be retroactively go back and buff these. Okay? Maybe we can do some cool, fun, interesting stuff to maybe tailor these Sonata sets a little bit more. But one thing's for certain. Nobody on the roster uses Celestial Light except for Jinsei. Nobody. There's not a single character that wants this thing. And so you could just tailor this effect, modify it after the fact, to make it so that it activates specifically based off of Jinsei's conditions. Like, you know, using a resonance skill increases your spectral damage or something like that. I don't know. And then make the bonus larger. Because at the end of the day, who's using this set? Jinsei, right? She's using Celestial Light. Who's using Sierra Gale? Nobody except Gian. Maybe Alto, but if you're playing Alto with Sierra Gale, we've got bigger issues going on. Who's using Havoc Eclipse? You got Havoc Rover as well as Camellia. Both could use a stronger set. I think that this is actually a great way for them to go about it, right? Keep it basic attack, but just increase the bonus even more. We need these older Sonata sets to catch up, right? And it's becoming more and more clear right now how big the gap is getting. When you've got characters like Augusta, you've got characters like Zani, who are just feeling way more flexible in what they can build and use. And the thing is, the fact that this just exists in a space of its own, where it's just Sierra Gale, but with 10% crit on top, that's starting to feel a little bit egregious. And yes, Gian can use this when he's with, you know, Kartithia and stuff like that. But I prefer Sonata sets were more of a side grade, as opposed to directly power creeping each other. And this just leads us into a bit more of like a detailed discussion about what these kits are actually all about, right? Because how much of it, right? Kartithia being better than Gian, or Augusta being better than Zhang Liao, how much of it is actually based off the design of their kits, their motion values, and all the numbers that you're seeing over here, which is really the primary measure of power creep? And how much is it based off the fact that all these 1.0 units are just using dog shit sets? For example, with the Void Thunder set, you have to use a heavy attack to even fully activate its effects. Zhang Liao doesn't actually want to use heavy attacks, and he only uses them to trigger the set bonus. He actually cancels the animation of them completely in optimized gameplay. It's stuff like this where you're just like, man, I don't know why it's really like this anymore. And the thing is, I think Kuro either needs to take a stand in going ahead and buffing all of these old Sonata sets, because the 1.0 units really would benefit a lot from catching up at least a little bit to the 2.x quality Sonata sets, or they take a little bit more of like a greedy route, but a fully understandable one, and just release new sets for all the 1.0 units. Yes, I'm serious. Make a set that's like Carlotta's. And I think Carlotta's is a great example of how they could do it, where it has specific activation conditions, where it'll give a blend of liberation damage and electro damage, but require you to cast multiple resident skills. Make that one for Zhang Liao. Make a set for Jian, right? Where after using an intro skill or a liberation, boost your heavy attack damage bonus by a massive amount. Something like that. Just give these characters something specifically tailored for their kit. And I think the best way that they can do it without interrupting the grind at all, or interrupting or fucking with the overworld, is really simple. Just make nightmare nests in the 1.0 regions. Yes. You see how over here, they have all these like nightmare gold puffs, cur puffs, stuff like that. These aren't in the overworld. These aren't something that you can like go out and actively farm. And the thing is, I feel like something that's been preventing Kuro games from adding in those older Sonata sets, right, was the fact that they would have to make new mobs that would spawn them. But if you just have a bunch of nightmare nests for the 1.0 units that give them new sets, then that's a way for players, right, to effectively farm for them without clogging up the number of mobs that are in here, right? You just need to take some existing ones, add a filter to them, and then call them nightmare. And that would really be it. Because this is the thing. You're seeing over here, that's not a lot of enemies, right? And believe me when I say this, we still got plenty of mobs in here, right? Brother, where's the Nightmare Who Chief Cyclone? Where's the Nightmare Carapace? Where's the Nightmare Auto Puppet Scout, right? They have all... fucking Nightmare Rocksteady Guardian. And without these costing energy doing any of that, it would feel great, especially when those 1.x units are likely going to be lower priority for players. And so they can choose what they want to farm. And this is also the other thing I would say on top of it. Maybe you could go ahead, and if it feels like there's too many nightmare nests with the 1.0 ones being added, fuck it, right? Maybe you put a cap of 5 nightmare nests a day, right? A player can choose to do 5 of them. I feel like that's like a healthy limit. Maybe you like increase the spawns a little bit. But I feel like once you get to the point where you're at like 10 plus nightmare nests, I feel like a limit should probably actually be added. Because imagine what the daily routine would start to feel like. Oh, by the way, if you're trying to like optimize your Wuthering Waves gameplay, you're going to have to actually do all 10 nightmare nests every single day. And if you don't, you're like falling behind. I feel like that's something that would trigger like a shit ton of like burnout and stuff like that. So maybe having like a limit of 5 would be what the team could do. But putting those new 1.x echoes that are, or echo sets that are tailored to the 1.x units, I think this is the perfect opportunity to do it. And you just take the same exact system of like recycling the old mobs and then go from there. I think that's the best way to go about it. Now, it's time for us to move on to the next issue regarding the 1.x units. I think the Sonata sets are without a doubt the biggest ones, and once those are resolved, most of the issues that characters would have would honestly quite literally disappear, because they would all just be doing and having the same sort of assets that all the 2.0 characters have. But let's talk about something else that's unfortunately a bit of a big issue, and that is going to be a mechanic that I think many of us are familiar with called comfort creep. And this is probably the biggest example of a character who suffers from comfort creep. And the other character who suffers from comfort creep is, without a doubt, going to be this one. I think that these two units are genuinely the only ones in the game that need some type of buff. I feel like after version 1.0 of the game, Kuro did a much better job in terms of, like, some could say better. They made it a big focus after version 1.0 to streamline the gameplay of their characters and remove a lot of like the clunky parts of kits. You'll notice that there's not a lot of characters following version 1.0 that like feel like they can like miss a bunch of attacks, right? Or have like clunky animations, stuff like that. They typically all have like better tracking. They can, you know, teleport to enemies, do all of that jazz. But these two units, they don't have those conveniences. if you were to compare, and let me just do like a really, really rough comparison over here. If you were to compare the kits of Yinlin and Jeja, who were literally only released within 90 days of each other, they're like night and day. This character, right, doesn't have a single iframe in their entire kit. Everything is interruptible. They have no movement. They require very precise positioning to get their rotation off without interruptions. And swap cancels as well if you can't get that done. This character, you just go onto the field and press your buttons. Yeah, you just go onto the field and press your buttons in the order. And if the enemy's not in the middle of an attack animation, you'll get your rotation done buttery smooth with no issues at all. This is an example of, like, characters who are fulfilling a similar sort of role, but one takes, like, half the field time and has none of the clunkiness. And that's a little bit unfortunate, right? She also does more damage, and this character just does 0 damage at all. Another example of what I'll call comfort creep that bleeds into the kit design is, of course, going to be between these two. I've already said that Jian does more damage than Zhang Liao in their limited teams, or in their best in slot teams, and that's true. But one thing for certain about Zhang Liao is that this guy pretty much lands every single attack that he does in his rotations. If you go ahead and you do a little bit of this, right? Then you do a little bit of this, do a little bit of that, and then just throw out your hypercubes, you'll pretty much hit every single one of them unless the enemy flies up into the air. Like, I'm talking like Morning Ikes or like Alien Baringle, Wind Gorilla, goes on top and starts playing his bongo drums. Those are like the only situations where the guy like this is going to miss his attacks. Then you got this unit on the other hand, where sometimes you'll cast your Liberation, right? And then the enemy will dash, and you'll just be attacking air. And you'll be chasing after it, right? Using your skill and stuff like that. But this is the big issue. Every hit of Jian's Liberation restores his energy. And so if you ever end up in a situation where you ult air and you're chasing the enemy, you don't have enough energy for your next rotation. And so this is the thing, right? There's a couple of things that need to be done for both of these units to really make them shine and really make them pop. And so, again, using the comparisons of Yinlin and Jian, for Jian, brother needs to get some improved tracking on Qinglong mode. I would love to see some sort of, like, movement, like, added to his legs so that if he's, like, out of range of the enemy, he'll make more of an effort to get closer to them while he's doing these Qinglong attacks. Because these are about 90% of the damage, if not more, in his rotation. And the fact that it's this easy for him to miss the entire thing is insane for a limited character. His damage, if he's able to get everything off, is insane. It's very good, right? But the problem can be just hitting an enemy in the first place. And so, I think the best way to show you guys an example of some more of the changes that I'd like for him, we gotta do a bit of a demonstration. So, we're just gonna have we're just gonna be running a quick little Jian team in the TOA over here. No real, don't worry about the clear time or anything. We're just gonna be looking at kind of like what I'm talking about when it comes to issues with him. So for this unit, one thing you have to do to optimize his DPS is this. You gotta go onto the field, use your Liberation, and then do this tech called Qinglong Cancels, where you dash before his attack animation ends, and then start another attack while the second is still going on. If you don't do that, he basically does way less damage than what he's supposed to. And the situation is, guys, no other character has that level of complexity in their hypercarry rotation, in their on-field rotation. There's no other character where you need to manually, repeatedly trigger an animation cancel in order to optimize their DPS. I don't know a single one. Almost every other character, when you try that sort of dodge cancel in the middle of their kit, you'll actually, like, cancel the attack. There's a couple out there that can get them going, right? I think there's Encore as well. I feel like dodge cancels like those, honestly, are in the boat of, like, they're okay, but they're kind of only on the oldest units in the game. Zani doesn't really... She has swap cancels, but not really dodge cancels. Yeah, Zani has swap cancels, not really dodge cancels in her kit. I don't really know. Like, yes, I guess you can dodge cancel. You dodge cancel maybe once or twice with, like, the ending move of, like, some hits. But with Jian, effectively, you have to do 7 of them in one rotation. Because that's how many Qinglong attacks he can get off. That's how many Qinglong attacks that he gets off in one rotation. Around 7 or 8 of them. And so Brother essentially has 8 dodge cancels in one rotation for an on-field DPS. And yes, you can do dodge cancels on things like supports and stuff like that. But that just makes you rotate faster. Not a higher damage rotation. And the thing with Zani is, you rotate faster. It's not a higher damage rotation. The thing with Phoebe is, you'll have a faster rotation. It's not a higher damage one. If you don't do Jian's cancels, you literally do less damage. It's not that your rotation's slower. You literally deal less. So those characters that you guys talked about before, the Zanis, the Phoebes, the Shorekeepers, their damage isn't impacted by dodge cancels. Their rotation speed is, so their DPS is, but not the actual damage that their rotation does. Him and Encore are 2 of the only characters in the game that have a reliance on them to do their optimal rotations. And that, to me, is personally something. I think Cal Charo falls in that bucket, maybe Ling Yang as well. That feels a little bit outdated. And when he's the only limited character in the game that has that limitation, well, it kind of makes a bit of sense if he got a bit of an upgrade, a bit of a buff, to remove that from his kit. I'm just going to be real. It's not a very premium thing to have in there. And while it is skill expression, and it's cool to have skill expression, I'm going to be honest, guys, it also leads to a lot of misinformation about what his damage potential actually is. So yeah, that's my point on Jian. Yinlin, on the other hand, is another big bucket of worms. This character does absolutely no damage. You look at the motion value of this level 10 ability, and it's not even 1,000%. You look at the motion value of her coordinated attacks, and they're not even 100%. This character does not deal enough damage as a sub DPS. And it's extremely telling that she released in version 1.0, and every sub DPS in the game, aside from Confession Phoebe, deals more damage than her. Every single sub DPS, aside from Confession Phoebe, deals more damage than Yinlin in their rotation. It's actually absurd how undertuned this character is. And I view every single release, every single sub DPS that followed her, as direct power creep, because they were literally starting from 0. This character, like, literally feels worse than half the 4 stars in the game. And that is, honestly, reverse power creep from version 1.0. And she's the biggest cause of it. My take on her is that iframes must be added to her kit. Iframes need to be added to her Forte Circuit attack, where she, like, sits down, right? And then the lightning comes down, and then the coordinated attacks trigger after that. She needs iframes on that. 1,000,000%. She probably could use iframes on the second cast of her Resonance skill, too. The one where she kind of, like, swings it around her and does that. The fact that this character feels like she needs to be swap canceled just to do mediocre damage and have a mediocre rotation time feels insane. You put in all this extra work to figure out how to make this character work, and she just has no advantages over literally anybody else other than her outro skill. And that's the only reason why you would even think about using this unit. Second, her coordinated attacks shouldn't be on a mark basis. They last for 18 seconds. That move, her heavy attack that she does to trigger it, will mark enemies. But if there are no marked enemies, there are no coordinated attacks. This makes her dog shit in Whimpering Wastes. This makes her dog shit in multi-wave TOA content. This basically only works well into single target bosses. Only works well into single target bosses with a lot of HP. Because then the marks won't expire from the enemy dying. That should probably just be removed. She just strikes all nearby enemies with coordinated attacks once every second for 18 seconds. No marks at all. Just, she gets like damage bonuses and stuff when she attacks enemies with marks. Just make it automatically reapply the mark to every enemy. Her kit is so outdated, it's fucking unbelievable. And one of the biggest regrets that I feel like any person could make, we already talked about how Jian could use buffs, but Jian is like twice as valuable, maybe 3 or 4 or 5 times more valuable than she is currently in the game. And the sad news is that it's like better to run strength, better to just pull her weapon. It's better to pull Yinlin's weapon than it is to pull her. That's how outdated her kit is. So those are my suggestions on the functionability side. I think her damage across the board also just needs to be buffed by like 50%. That's maybe a little bit too ambitious, but she needs a massive fucking damage buff as well. Like, look at this shit. This is like 800%, right? At max level, it's like 800%. Just look at the past sub-DPS characters and the motion values of their kits. Chacona just blasts for 1.1k. Chacona just deals more damage with her Forte circuit. Just everything is more damage on these other characters, but then these characters don't even feel overpowered. Units like Chacona on their damage output feel balanced. And they're this much higher than Yinlin's, but they don't feel overpowered. That's how fucked up this unit's motion values are. Characters with 1.4 times more than her don't feel overtuned. But that's where she is right now. And I'm going to be real with you. It's these two units. And thankfully, it's really only the 1.0 ones that feel this bad. Because I assure you, if Jinsei were to simply just get Nightmare Jue, because you can see right now, Jue, when you activate it, only gives you 16% resonance skill damage for 15 seconds. That's the Echo skill bonus. Imagine if you had Nightmare Jue that just gives you 12% Spectro and 12% resonance skill like every other fucking Nightmare Echo, which does the same exact effect. Hers is literally, what is this, 8% worse? It lasts only 15 seconds and it's 8% worse than other characters. On top of being on the worst set. If Jinsei simply got a Sonata set that was on the same level as Frolova's, or on the same level as, what's it called? What's her name? Carlotta's, I assure you, she would not feel like she's even close to falling behind. If this unit just got a better set like Frolova, or a better set like Augusta, something that interacted with the fact that she hit so many times, then she wouldn't feel like she's falling behind. There are just so many opportunities for these characters to feel like they're shining. Oh, yeah, and if this guy didn't have the most dog shit sub DPS in the game with the lowest motion values, I assure you, his hypercarry team would be feeling a lot better. Because people are getting more success playing Zhang Liao with fucking Calcharo in a dual DPS team than they are with using Yinlin. It's low-key, like, not even that hard to play this team either, because they both have, like, the 3 liberation casts. And people are saying Calcharo with Zhang Liao feels better than Zhang Liao with Yinlin. If he just didn't have a piece of shit supporting him as a main DPS, his hypercarry team would feel so much better. And so, yeah, that's the situation that I'd really like to focus on when it comes to these characters. I don't think it's like a raw kit numbers. I don't think it's like the numbers in the kit that are causing this big sort of like shift, this big sort of imbalance between how good the characters are. I think it's mostly the Sonata sets. It's the numbers for one character. And then it's the comfort creep for another. But once those are resolved, I feel like we're kind of all set to go. And all you need are more echoes and a tweak to the oldest units in the game to make that happen. So yeah, I really do think, though, that Kuro Games in the future, it's clear that they've done a little bit of pre-work, right? To try to prevent more noticeable Sonata set power creep. They release things, right? Like Nightmare Echoes in the game, like this gorilla over here, to combat that. But they only did it at the start of 2.0. And it's become clear by now, with all of the new Sonata sets that have been released since 2.0. By the way, it's Gussa Welkin down from here. And the Sonata sets have just been getting better and better. Especially the 3-piece ones, right? Where they're giving bonuses like these. I feel like they should have done a little bit more work in advance, like they did with the Nightmare Echoes, to, you know, have them provide permanent bonuses like this. They should have maybe just made these changes to like the Sierra Gale Sonata sets and all of that way sooner in advance. But this is my take, and this is what I think is going to occur. I think Kuro's going to address this. I think they're going to do it at the start of version 3.0, though. I think they will add, like, Nightmare versions of Sierra Gale, upgraded versions of these old sets, but they're waiting until version 3.0 of the game to do it, because that's when they added their Nightmare main slot echoes. However, I do think that it would warrant happening twice in a version. I think that in version 2.4, we probably should have gotten another readjustment to some of the older sets. Then you do one in 3.0, and then you do one in like 3.4 or 3.5. I think having one at the start of the version, and then having one at like the literal middle point of the version, for like a sort of like rebalance patch with like these Sonata sets or character kits, would be something that the community would really look forward to, and would probably be like very exciting, right? Now people are like, oh, we got now, you know, version 2.4 or 2.5 is going to feel almost like a new version update because they're adding all these new things. And I think just having that happen twice a version instead of just at the very start would be a better way to go about it, especially with the fact that we can literally see the Sonata set power creep happening in real time once every version, right? So, yeah, overall, I would say this is what I believe to be the biggest issues. Let me know if you think I got anything wrong over here, if there's actually more issues than I thought, or if I'm hitting the nail right on the head. And if the changes that I talked about were implemented, Nightmare Nest, kit upgrades, you know, more regular updates, if those would prevent more of these issues from happening in the future. So yeah, that'll be that for this one, ladies and gentlemen. Let me know what you all thought. Peace. All right. But yeah, those are my full thoughts on what's wrong with 1.0 units. My full thoughts on what's wrong with 1.x units. And I'm not gonna lie, I think I was spitting. I don't think that there's anything really that bad beyond that. Saint, could you tell us what you would change on the standard banner 5-star units to fix them? I'm okay with the standard units being shit forever. Yeah, I don't really care about them. Yeah, because you'll get them S6 eventually, and I know they're pretty usable starting at S4. Why? Because they're standard units. You didn't pay for them. You didn't pay or save up pulls for them. So why do you care? That's my take. You didn't save up pulls. You didn't go for them on the banner. You didn't do any of these things, right, that you did for any other limited unit. Why does it matter? What if someone paid and lost 50-50? You paid to lose the 50-50? Yeah. You paid for the limited character and you didn't get them. So you paid for the chance of the limited character. You did not pay for a standard character. Hey, guys. If I go to the claw machine and I pay like $5, I use the claw and it gets nothing. Did I pay $5 for nothing, or did I pay for $5 at the chance of getting something and I didn't get it? Hey, guys. I go to the slot machine and I pay $5 and I get nothing. Did I pay for nothing, or did I pay to play the slot machine? Yeah, when you go into a gamba, if you go into gambling, that's what you're paying for. You don't pay for the end product, you pay for the chance to get something. Bad analogy? Okay. Explain. Explain why the analogy is bad. You still got something, but not what you wanted. Okay. You do realize that's literally what I fucking said. Nothing is different than something. Oh, okay. So we got a semantics Andy over here. Let me readjust the statement. Let me readjust the statement for retarded people. You go to the slot machine. You pay $5 for a spin. And you get a reward that's worth 2 cents. Great. Now it's technically not nothing. So now it's a good analogy. Because we went from nothing to 2 cents. So 2 cents is now something. So you got something, but not what you wanted. You wanted the jackpot, but you got 2 cents instead. Instead of nothing. So now the analogy is perfect, right? Because we changed nothing to 2 cents. Is that what you're telling me right now? So it was a bad analogy before, but now it's amazing. I think the only thing you're doing right now is scamming us out of IQ points by being a fucking idiot. So I'm just going to ban you. All right. All right. There we go. What an absolute dipshit.
You're wrong. You're wrong, by the way. Bad analogy, by the way. Yeah, actually, it's, nothing is technically not, like, an actual outcome. And so...
Dude, like, these guys are such fucking nerds. You already know they don't have friends. Like, just imagine somebody talking like that at, like, high school. Or imagine somebody talking like that at college. Honestly, at fucking work. It's like, bro, like, that's, like, the biggest, like, everyone, get the fuck away from me. I'm a freak. Like, public signage you can have.
I'm going to annoy the fuck out of you if you talk to me for longer than 3 minutes. I'm trying to make some friends.
Like, Jesus Christ, bro. There are people like, exactly, they're like, oh, I've thoroughly reviewed your statement, and actually, in paragraph 3, sentence 4, you said they're getting nothing. Well, nothing is... Like, these guys are, like, so desperate to, like, I don't know what it is. They don't have anything meaningful to say or contribute. They're not funny. They're not witty. They're not smart. And so the only thing they can do is, like, or the only thing they can actually contribute or say is, well, on a technicality, I think you're actually kind of wrong over here, but this is just my single definition that nobody's ever heard of before. Oh my god. Hey, appreciate the dono, Tron. Appreciate the 400 biddies, my friend. I don't like bullying, but some people need it. This is the take. there's a little bit of bullying that's actually good. For example, if this guy got bullied a little bit more, he would not be doing this, and he'd probably have more friends. I'm not joking. Because, like, this is the type of behavior that should get filtered out in, like, your younger education, because you would realize, damn, when I act like this, nobody wants to talk to me. I should probably stop doing this. But, like, people have, like, been forced to, like, basically, like, you're, like, forced to interact with people even though they're being literal losers. And so what has happened nowadays is that, like, loser behavior is not being correctly identified as loser behavior. When loser behavior, when you're, like, 10, 11, 12, 13, typically will get managed out by your peers. That's not happening anymore because we've gotten soft as shit. And so now we have loser behavior from kids and teenagers not getting filtered out. Now we have loser adults that are embodying the same exact loser behavior that they had when they were back in middle school. And now we just have a bunch of fucking adults that don't know how to communicate properly. And decide that this is how they want to, like, be entering in and contributing to conversations. When it's like, this leads to you just not having friends for your entire life. This guy might be a minor. Then he has a fucking chance. Hey, that's probably a good thing. I mean that in the best way because that means he probably still has a chance later in his life. Because if you acted like that when you were like 30 something, it's over, brother. It's just done. It's done. Like that's pretty much too late. All right. Damn, hi Saint. First time watching your live stream. Love your YouTube videos. Hey, appreciate it, brother. What did he do? Semantics? Yeah. As you can probably tell, Semantics Andes are one of my least favorite types of people. Instead of knowing anything funny, witty, or intelligent to say, they'll get you on technicalities and think they're clever. And it's just like, okay, bro. All this is going to lead to is nobody ever wanting to fucking talk to you because you're annoying as fuck. That's the origin of, well, actually. It's not even to correct. Nah, I mean, this is the thing. It's worse when they're a Semantics Andy and they're wrong. When they're a Semantics Andy and they're wrong on top of it, that's just like the cherry on top. That one, that's a critical hit. All right. All right, we got that one. We got that one going. The problem with 1.x units. There we go. That one's looking good. Saint, I haven't played the 2.6 quest yet. If I watch the latest Woo-Wah trailers, will I get spoiled or can I safely watch them? I don't fucking know. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not I haven't fucking deeply analyzed the trailers to see like whether or not they like are I haven't and like transposed them against the fucking story to see like what is spoiled or not. I have no idea. Like a trailer is just a bunch of like random fucking scenes put together. Like, I don't remember every single part of the quest, and I don't remember every single part of the trailer. So, like, I cannot tell you if there's stuff that's spoiled or not. Like, yeah, I got no idea. Like, I know Yuno's in the trailer. I don't know if there are, like, parts from Yuno's story quest that get spoiled in the trailer when they show Yuno. I don't remember off the top of my head. All right, let's check this out. I need to get some more. I need to get some, I don't really know what I'm farming anymore. I think I'm just farming tuners right now. They need more co-op modes? They do. Like, where are the co-op holograms? I've been, like, waiting for that event for so long, it's unbelievable.
Who's the caged bird now?
I thought we'd do the co-op mode on Hoyo's Reddit. Okay, all right. I want to see how many Chorosaurs I have. We could probably get started on the Galbrena building. We could probably get a little bit started on our Galbrena building. Oh yeah, bucko. That's what I'm talking about. Hell yeah, brother. Hell, that's not a lot of Chorosaur. Oh, that's a lot of Chorosauruses, actually. Oh, we're kind of cooking, aren't we, brother? Haha. That's a lot. So yeah, the way I've been farming these is absolutely... Surely she's one of these damage types, right? Okay, never mind. That was one of the wordiest echoes I've ever made. That was wordy as fuck. Double crit? Okay. Yeah, those are not looking good. Those are not looking good. What about fusion damage bonus? Wait, are those the only two that I had that rolled fusion damage? Wait, every single one is every single other one is off? Holy moly. Well, the thing is, we've been farming this one for a long time, so it feels like the drops are just super unlucky. Yeah, it feels like the drops are incredibly unlucky on that one. Yeah. Yeah, main stat selector, that might be something we need to do. Yeah, main stat selector is something that we're probably going to have to use for that one. So, yeah. Yeah, if only we had those. You're right. Yeah, I've got none. I've got none available right now. Yeah, I totally can't afford to use any of these at the moment. I don't really care. I'm in no rush. I'm in no rush. I'm in no rush. I would probably, I'm just gonna wait for the live stream. I'm gonna wait for the live stream to see the final details on if there are any new sets, and then go from there. Battle Pass has more. Oh, hell yeah, brother. What a piece of shit. Fuck, dude, I hate that they even made the Nightmare Tempest Mephis. That thing is some dog ass. That thing is some dog ass, legitimately. Oh, wait, we're fucking juiced up, brother. Wait, hold up a second. I feel like I should just use some of these. How many of these boxes do I have? Oh my lord. I got so much random shit, man. Okay. That's dog shit. I could actually use that crit rate one. Dog ass. Okay. What about this? Not bad. Awful. You want to know one thing I really need to do? I need to roll, like, some better Jinsei Echoes. Like, my Jinsei set is, like, so bad, it's kind of like, it is getting kind of restrictive. I, like, desperately need, like, one ER roll on her. But it's like, her set doesn't even seem, like, that bad. Like, she's got some great pieces. Which is, like, the part that kind of pisses me off. Is that she has actually really good pieces. I guess this one's kind of bad. Let's get at least one improvement on here. Yeah, it's got that double defense at the end. Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. Now roll double crit. All right, that was easy. Yeah. I don't know why you guys have trouble rolling echoes. It only took me like 60 to get a 5 out of 5. You guys are just... Sometimes you just gotta roll better, guys. It really is just that easy. You just gotta roll better. You just gotta roll better sometimes. Let me see over here. This Jue's like it's not bad, but it's not great. Honestly, these pieces are kind of fucking good. Why does it feel like I'm missing something? The crit damage rolls are dog shit. That's why. Okay. What if I rolled a better Jue? I feel like rolling a better Jue is incredibly ambitious right now, though. Because that has a 9.9% crit rate. This one also has 9. This one has 9.3. It's just the crit damage rolls are so awful on those two pieces. Okay. Okay. Okay, if I get like a juicy... I was gonna say a juicy double crit, but I don't think that one's happening. Oh, he can't just do it again, can he? Oh, he won't do it again. Oh, he won't roll a crit rate here. Honestly, if that had crit rate on either of these two, this would be a really good one. Oh, man, that's unfortunate. Oh, that's real. Oh, man, that's unfortunate. Okay. I don't really like that one. Let's see how many more crit damages I even have. Okay, we'll go until I run out of these. We'll go until I run out, because these have been, like, building up for, like, literally, like, almost a year. Okay. Okay. Pause. I mean, is it technically even better? I don't even know if that's better. Like, low-key, I don't even know if that's better. It might be literally the fucking same. It just has less crit rate. It's like the same with less crit rate. Okay, that's a modicum of improvement. That one's not really gonna be that good either. Okay. ER can go that low? You could get a 6.8? Oh, wait. If this rolls double crit right here. Yeah, I'm gonna be real with you. Being able to roll a 6.8 is almost like malpractice. Okay. Being able to roll a 6.8 is low-key like fucking malpractice. I'm going to be honest with you. The fact that that's possible is insane. Because one thing I wanted to try out over here is, can Jinsei clear with my Jeja? Because one thing I've noticed is that it feels like my Jinsei does not have enough fucking ER. But it would be nice if she could get enough from using a G-Jaw. I want to see if she can clear this bottom side real fast. Because there is a video that I'm currently working on that requires me to have a little bit of a additional investment on some characters. So one thing I definitely want to do for certain is put this G-Jaw on the Heron. She's got to get that going. She's got to get that going. Otherwise, we might be a little bit cooked. Alright. Surely we've got a Glacial Moonlit Clouds, right? That's just ready to be worked on. Here we go. That's fucking terrible. I thought we made one. Oh, this is ugly, but yeah, I guess that'll work. Go a little bit of that. Get a little bit of String Master going. Why does your crit rate look like that? That's some dog shit. There we go. 126.8, 77.8, 250. I think we can do it that way. All right, let's see how this one does. With a nice whopping 107.6% ER. Hopefully we'll get the Carlotta effect here. Hopefully we'll get the Carlotta effect and it'll work out fine.
Hopefully, we'll make new finds.
Also got the R5 variation over here. All right. We're all stocked. Let's do this. 1.7k attack. Well, it's not like she's doing damage on floor anyways.
I like strength. Instantly capture the spark. Luminous energy. Strike is one. Heaven ordained. Banish all fight.
Here we go. Boom.
Together we fight. Fluorescent shadows. Evil be cleansed.
I rotated too fast. I rotated too fast.
Art unveiled. Notice life is in everything. I can use some fertilizer. Verta strike is one. Oh, stars. Heed my calling. Evil be cleansed. Instigating. A new technique. Together we fight.
There we go. Okay, got the concerto now.
Witness the art's true form. Notice life is in everything. Verta strike is one.
Yeah, bro, we are missing out on that energy. I'm gonna be honest with you. Yeah, that lack of energy right over here is like killing us.
Together we fight. Heaven ordained. Banish all vice. Sacred life. Instigating. Capture the spark. Bask in the sunlight. Verta strike is one. Take four.
I think I needed to land that crit there. Honestly, not too bad.
Together we fight. Evil be cleansed. Thunder guide us.
Not too bad.
Art unveiled. Luminous energy. Strike is one. Sacred life.
Bro, I am missing every fucking crit.
A new together we fight. Take four. Evil be cleansed. Instigating.
Because this is the thing, the damage ain't that bad.
Bask in the sunlight. Verta strike is one. Heaven ordained. Banish all vice.
Bro, every single one is missing.
Blessed end. Instigating. A new together we fight. Take four.
I had it. Every single one. Every single one of those beams is missing. There's like 7 of them.
Witness the
Oh, I didn't have my fucking... I didn't get my free one. Yeah, not gonna lie. That actually pretty easily clears without missing literally every single crit.
evil be cleansed. Instigating. Capture the spark. Bask in the sunlight. I can use some fertilizer. Verta strike is one. Oh, stars. Heed my calling. Blessed end.
Only 76% crit rate.
A new together we fight. Take four. Sacred life. is one. Take forth. Evil be cleansed. Heaven ordained. Banish.
Okay, alrighty.
A new tech together we fight.
Oh! I swear, it's like that's supposed to kill it. Like, that's the one that's supposed to get me into the Lampy Lumen phase right there. Bro, it's like that's the one that's missing, man. Bro, that's... Oh, and we didn't even restart it either. I'm like, I'm ready for the Lampy Lumen to spawn, right? I'm like, I'm locked in. And then I just see 120k. Like, bro, come on, man.
Witness the art's true form. Luminous energy. Bird of Strike is one. Oh, stars. Heed my
120k ain't bad. It's really bad to do 120k after using an outro skill. I'm gonna be honest with you. 120k after using Jeja's outro is some dog shit.
Together we fight. Take forth. Blessed end. Instigating. Huh? Witness the art's true form. Bask in the sunlight. Bird of Strike is one. Evil be cleansed. Take forth. Heaven ordained. Banish all fight.
Oh, we just missed it again.
Anew together we fight. Blessed end. Institute. Art unveiled. Luminous energy. Bird of Aberdeen. Strike is one. Take forth. Safety. Evil be cleansed. Hawari no. Instigating.
Oh my god, my shit's on cooldown from that. Bro, okay, using Jeja on here, we gotta factor in, right? Using Jeja on here means you got like half of a fucking teammate, effectively. At least on the Lampy Lumen part. But still, that is rough.
Art unveiled. Roll bask in the sunlight. Bird together we fight. Thunder guide us.
Bro, it's like this liberation really actually doesn't want to crit. Oh, that's just... Okay, that's just the cherry on top.
Strike is one. Strike back. Sacred light. Instigating. Witness the art's true form. Bask in the sunlight. Bird of Abba, together we fight. Blessed end. Take forth. Heaven ordained. Banish all vice. Instigating. Strike is one.
Okay.
Worry not. Evil be cleansed. Instigating. Capture the spark. Life is in everything. Together we fight. Take
Bro! He fucking... Okay, I'm not gonna lie. That fight is kind of just fucking annoying for that team. Because, like, that bro's body just actually blocked me again. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, having to use Jeja against the Lampy Lumen does feel like kind of ass. I'm pretty sure the team feels way better than Cancerella. Or it feels way better than feels way better with Cancerella. Simply follow to tell you your dog shit and to fix your skill issue. Oh, is that all you plan on doing? Okay. Yeah, if you're not gonna do anything else, you're not really presenting that much of a reason for me to keep you in my chat. Because, like, I mean, you don't plan on doing anything else, right? It's like going into a daycare and then announcing all you're gonna do is yell at the children. They'll probably tell you to leave. You plan on helping out with anything? You gonna go grab snacks? No, I'm just gonna sit here and yell at the kids. Would the ER really fix the runs? I think the ER would help out a lot, right? Because basically, Jinsei alternates where she gets a free outro skill, some rotations, and then the other rotations, you gotta build up the full forte. And so if you don't have your ult every other rotation, you won't be able to build up the forte. Or you won't be able to build up the concerto as quickly as you would want it. And so that's where the ER comes in. Because there are some rotations where I'm just sitting there doing auto attacks. And that's like a little bit annoying. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, I would say I wonder what it feels like with Cantarella, because I'm already falling behind on ER anyway, so it doesn't really matter that much. And the answer is maybe, potentially not. And I also wonder if using Shorekeeper would make it any better. I wonder if using Shorekeeper would make it any better, actually.
Astral modulation. Together we fight. Heaven ordained. Banish all fight.
You won't be able to fill the Forte bar without Marina. Why is it 3/4 filled? Why is it 100% filled? Hey guys, I didn't try out the team a single time, but I will just publicly say you can't fill up the Forte circuit without Farina. I've never tried out this team before, though. Not once. Because if I tried it out a single time, you would clearly see, oh, the fucking Forte is constantly fucking full. Hey guys, how about this take? Maybe play the fucking team a single time before trusting the random shit people are gonna say online, because the chances are they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Son of a bitch! And like, if I had my liberation there, right? Oh my god! I can't see!
A new strike is won. Heaven ordained. Banish all fight. Take her life. Instant witness the art's true form. salvation. Together we fight. Take flight. Battle ends. Insta-easy. A new test strike is one fast and started. Strike fast. Evil be cleansed. Thunder guided. Instantly capture the spark. In war with time. Together we fight. Take form. Battle ends.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't think Jeja going in and dealing 0 damage is enough to cut it in these clears. Yeah, I think the main issue is the fact that it's Jeja and the enemy is glacier resistant. So my sub DPS isn't doing anything. So yeah, I just think it's that little incremental bit of damage that's stopping the clear. That would probably be my take on it. Yeah, a little bit of incremental damage from literally not having a teammate not do anything. Which, naturally, right, that's a little bit fucking rough. So, yeah, that's a little bit rough. Do I have a crit rate Hikari? Surely I can build one for my Cantarella right now, right? Using my luck? This is a terrible idea. Surely I've got a crit rate. Yeah, I could just roll a double crit on Hikari here. So my Cantarella can do something. I know I've got a lot of these. Come on. There we go. Oh, there we go. Oh, there we... Come on. Come on, just roll. Honestly, it's like kind of good enough. I know I'm missing a roll. Oh, but it is what it is. It is what it is, brother. 66.2 is enough. It's probably not. That's probably not enough. All right. So naturally, Cantarella is also going to be on her signature. So I think that's going to make this probably one of the fastest clear yet.
Take a breath and sleep in the whispers of silence.
I can use some fertilizer. Luminous energy. Strike is one. Heaven ordained. Banish all vice. Take fertilizer.
The sun can
Together we fight. Take form. Evil be cleansed.
What? I rotated too fast! That's one of the unfortunate parts about a Jinsei team is that sometimes the game will tell you you're clicking your buttons too quickly, brother. Time to slow down. And you're like, okay, fine. Oh my gosh! What a just absolutely disgusting... Dude, that charge actually has to be, without a doubt, the most annoying shit in his fucking kit. Okay, was that on cooldown too? Wait, is my shit just not giving an outro skill? What the fuck is going on?
Fluorescent shadows. The sky beckons. Evil be cleansed.
Am I bugged? Bro, sometimes you're able to, like, get off the attack string. Sometimes you're not. I swear to God. Alright, there we go. We got it.
Sink into the endless deep.
I bask in the sunlight. For together we fight. Heaven or
There we go.
Banish all fight. Blessed end.
I'll keep you company. Riptides play with.
Did that just get interrupted? My perception drain? Oh my gosh. I thought, and we missed the crit too, bro? Okay, alright. I mean, that's some good stuff right there.
In the whispers of sirens.
So we got the cancel into the no crit.
Together we fight. Evil be cleansed.
Bro, enter your... Dude, never... This is the thing. I just hate playing this character so fucking much. I hate playing Cantarella so much, I don't like playing Jinsei with her. Because the thing is, I'm gonna have to do that stupid-ass transition into her stupid-ass heavy attack to use the rest of her kit. And it's like, bro, playing Cantarella makes me not want to play the fucking game. That's why I was trying it with Judges so often. I'm 99% sure that one clears with no issues at all. I just don't want to fucking play Cantarella. I'm good, bro. Her umbrella spin do be taking too long. It's the fact that you gotta do a heavy attack with her, and it feels clunky as fuck to do her transition. She's without a doubt, literally the worst feeling character to play in the game for me. I prefer, she has, just the buttons you have to press to use her are just frustrating. It's like, oh, yeah, you gotta, go in, and then auto attack, then press E, then hold down your attack button, then press E again, and it's like the buttons just don't even feel slightly intuitive. It's like you're alternating between like a basic attack, E, heavy attack, E. Bro, her playing her feels like shit. I'm just gonna be entirely honest with you. It's just playing her feels like fucking shit. I don't know how they managed to do it. I don't know how they managed to do it. Legitimately, the worst feeling unit in the game. Is she as clunky as Yinlin? Yinlin actually feels better to play than her. The problem with Yinlin is she has no CC and no iframes. But, like, her actual playstyle doesn't even feel bad. But it's the fact that she'll get interrupted from random shit in her rotation feels bad. Because guess what? You use Yinlin's heavy attack at the end of her rotation. It feels like it makes sense. You want to know when you use Cantarella's heavy attack? At the fucking beginning. Like, every character, right, when they have a heavy attack, or an enhanced heavy attack, it's typically used at, like, the end of their rotation, right? You do all your shit with Chang Li, then you do your heavy attack. Cantarella's like, hey, fuck it, make him do the heavy attack at the start. That'll be fun. It feels like shit. It feels like shit. Every other enhanced heavy attack is at the end of a rotation, because it's like holding down the button feels like you're kind of like, you know, you're ending the rotation. But with her, nah, bro. Nah, it feels like poo-poo. You dislike Peeb? Yes, I feel like she feels like one of the worst characters in the game. Her, like, Phoebe actually feels like shit as well. I'm gonna be honest. Why do you guys think I never play Cancerella or Phoebe? Why do you guys think I never play Cancerella or Phoebe on stream? Because I don't like repeated heavy attacks like that. Yeah, they end up feeling kind of clunky when you got to repeatedly use those heavy attacks. Augusta's actually doesn't. You want to know why? Because all you use are her heavy attacks. You never do basic attacks with Augusta. So it's like she intros in, you hold it down, you skill, you hold it down during your animation. You're only clicking heavies, like with the occasional skill press. It feels way better using Augusta's heavies than it does, what's it called? My wife doesn't like repeated heavy... My dog doesn't like repeated heavy attacks from my wife either. What does that even mean? What does that even mean, bro? Alright. So yeah, that's all prep for the video that we plan on doing later. Oh, dearie me. Alright. So, what I plan on doing now is I need to go grab, I think, some more coffee. And then we're going to go watch some videos. Because I'm still looking for fucking shit to react to, guys. I'm still looking for fucking shit to react to. Where is it? I want to watch something. I'm not saying this for, like, content's sake. I'm saying this because I want to watch something with chat. Mods, get me some good links while I make coffee. There we go. Alrighty. We got nothing. Is Woowa's power creep a problem? Somebody linked my own video. Uno.exe. I don't really like watching EXEs. When you want a specific character in Wuthering Waves. The Cosmos vid is good. Yeah. Why don't we watch the Cosmos vid? It has been a while since we've seen one. I need to get that fucking cryptic ass shit off my screen. That shit is freaky. That shit is freaky. Yeah, why don't we watch a Cosmos vid? It has been a minute. All right. The caffeine vid is actually well made. You know what? Okay. All right. Maybe we'll give this one a shot. If somebody's saying it's well made, if one of my longtime viewers is saying it's well made, then we'll go ahead and we'll see. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, what we've got in front of us today is a bit of a potential doozy, because we've got a video by none other than Mr. Moose on Caffeine. And this is the situation regarding Moose on Caffeine and our channel. We've reacted to this guy in the past, and we had some criticism for some of the past content that he's made, with one of the biggest points of criticism being, well, it seems like he's critiquing some of these games, or making like these analysis pieces, without necessarily having the experience of actually played them. And that's something that he did for ZZZ, that's something that he did for Wuthering Waves. I do believe the past video where that actually occurred was rating gacha games free-to-play friendliness from worst to best. And then you've got the misinformation video that followed afterwards, right? After we, did a little bit of digging into the points that were being made. And so, hopefully, I've heard that this one's actually well-researched, well done, and well made. And I just want to see rating endgame content, whether or not there's been some big improvements made. Is Mr. Moose on Caffeine on a bit of a redemption arc? Let's check it out.
Hi! Welcome back. In any gacha game that you play, endgame content is some of the most important content that exists, because after you're done with everything the game has to offer, which with this genre, that'll probably happen quite frequently, there's nothing else to do. I hear quite a lot of people say that endgame content is unimportant, or it's just for a little extra currency, but that sentiment is incredibly incorrect, as endgame content is one of the biggest drivers for player retention when content is dry. So in this video, we're going to take a bunch of gacha games like I usually do, and we're going to rank their endgame content from worst to best.
Alright, so first things first, I want to say that his definition of endgame content, all of that, is entirely correct. And thank you, Ray69, for the 10 gifties. Appreciate you, brother, man. Thank you a bunch. So yeah, when it comes to his definition of endgame content, something that is keeping players retained, that is keeping players, going through some of the dry patches after they've, gone ahead and completed all of the events in the tab, after they completed all the new area, after they completed all the new story. Yeah, that kind of is the one reason why they're being kept there. And a lot of other stuff bundles into the endgame, right? Why are you farming gear? Why are you rolling echoes? Why are you grinding relics? Why are you grinding domains? It's all so that you can have the gear to be able to tackle the endgame. Because God knows that the event content, the story content, all of that stuff doesn't require you to have thoroughly built characters. So basically all of like the different, side activities that you have in the game, the main bits of progression, yeah, they're all tied to the end game. So those comments that it doesn't matter, all of that, completely agree that they're wrong. So yeah, I think it's a great take from Moose over here on this one.
We've got the most popular mainstream gacha games, as well as your guys' favorite, as well as my favorite gacha games in this video, so stick around. But before we get started, we're getting very close to 10,000 subscribers, so make sure to like and subscribe, because I'm going to be doing a giveaway when we do, and you should also join the Express Train Discord server for a lovely community to hang out with. Now let's get onto it. So the rules are going to be as follows. I'm trying to make my ratings way less arbitrary and more detailed, so I've got a...
I appreciate that. Hey, I think it's a W thing over here to go ahead. I think it's a huge W thing to go ahead and, what's it called? Set that clarification up front, especially following, right? The past situation where it was like, oh, it felt like you were kind of just saying things subjectively without having, kind of like the factual stuff to back it up. So awesome there. And Ray, appreciate the 10 more gifties, man. Bro's farming today. And you're a viewer from YouTube? Hey, appreciate that, man.
Detailed rating system here. There will be a base rating of 1 out of 10 for each game for symmetry's sake, and 3 criteria, each with a score out of 3. So, with a base rating of 1 out of 10, and if each criteria receives a 3 out of 3, the final score will be a 10 out of 10. The 3 criteria will be enemy quality, how well designed the enemies are, how fun they are to fight when it comes to mechanics and the amount of HP they have, as well as how frequently they are reused in the endgame content. Mode quality, as in how well designed the modes are, how unique they are from each other, and how fun they are to play. The final criteria is FTP accessibility, which means we're going to talk about HP inflation and power creep again.
Okay.
Yay! This is a very self-explanatory criteria and is also very objective, so no further explanations there. For the final rules, I'm not going to count events as endgame content unless it's basically the only content available in the game, and exploration is also not counted as endgame content. I will either be taking modes that the community considers to be endgame content, or I'll be taking any modes that exist and seeing if they fit the definition of content that is made to test your account. So again, exploration and most events, as well as any modes that buff you up to oblivion, so the roguelikes or roguelites, whatever they are in ZZZ, HSR, and WoW, for example, don't count. Oh, and the list is in order from worst to best, just as usual. So, with all these rules out of the way, let's get started. We're going to start off with Limbus Company, and while this game is one of the most beloved gacha games of all time by its...
Whenever people talk about this game, one thing that's clear to my mind is that they don't talk about the endgame. I know that for certain. Nobody really talks about the endgame in Limbus Company. As far as I'm concerned, I don't even know if some people know it has an endgame. So I'm not really surprised to see it. Maybe closer to like the tail end of this list. Probably because of that. Also, when it comes to like the rules, the classifications, all that other stuff, I think that that's a fair point of view. I think that's like a fair classification system that he's set up. I don't really have any complaints with it. So I'm just interested in seeing how he's going to fit, all these different games under that under all 3 of those umbrellas.
Player base, they all collectively hate the endgame content.
Okay, so yeah, I guess what I was saying before the preamble for Limbus Company, that was pretty much spot on.
So it has 2 modes, Mirror Dungeons and Refraction Railways, the latter of which barely even exists. It only resets once a season, so around once every 7 months.
Is that their endgame mode resets once every 7 months? Like, that's crazy.
The other mode, Mirror Dungeons, though, resets once every week. You can either do a hard Mirror Dungeon to get all the rewards, or 3 lower difficulty ones. Now, Mirror Dungeon is a roguelite mode, and unfortunately, it is one of those modes that really buffs up your account quite heavily.
So, this is basically like if the only endgame move I had was the TOA resets once every 7 months, and then, like, the Fantasies of Thousand Gateways, that's the only endgame, and you do it once a week. That is Limbus Company's endgame. Oh my lord.
To the point where, in Mirror Dungeons, a lot of the progression your account can see inside of it is just clearing faster than before. However, because Limbus Company has no other modes besides this and the railways, I'm going to have to penalize it to make up for that. Just a quick PSA though, while editing this video, 5 extra floors have been added to Mirror Dungeons in the name of Extreme Mirror Dungeons. However, I don't think they add enough to warrant a different rating than what I'm going to give. If anything, you can add a score of 0.5 to the mode quality section. However, I don't think I'm going to do that here. So, to start off with enemy quality, in Limbus Company, enemies are very well designed.
A post-editing fix. I respect that.
They have many different mechanics that you have to play around, and while I myself don't enjoy the combat in Limbus, and it actually was the reason I stopped playing this game because I'm a gameplay first type of guy, those who do find the combat fun also find the enemies very well designed and fun to play against. However, since the railways rotate so infrequently, they have the same enemies for a whole season. The Mirror Dungeons mode also receives a lot of complaints about how repetitive combat feels inside of it, and to move around that, players started making their own challenges to even have fun in the game, like solo runs. In the end, I'll give it half credit for having very well designed enemies, but playing against those enemies does feel repetitive, so 1.5 out of 3. When it comes to mode quality, well, to be fully fair, Mirror Dungeons does have a few challenges.
Alright, see you later, Ray. Appreciate it. And yeah, reach out to my mods about account reviews, but I don't think we're really adding too many people to the list until we really iron those out. But yeah, see you later, man. But yeah, I'm taking a look at some of the critiques that are being given over here. And I just want to do a quick double check with chat. Are there any actual Limbus players in here that can corroborate some of the takes being made? Obviously, when I hear some of the facts about, oh, it's taken like a month, all of those things, or sorry, it takes like 7 months for a reset. Yeah, I get it, right? He's spitting here, right? Because I feel like a lot of people don't really end up even talking about this game's endgame in the first place. I haven't heard anyone ever talk about it as like a highlight of the game. It seems a little cope. Are you saying he's making it look better than it is? He's actually overplaying it. It's worse than how he's saying. So he's actually painting it in a more positive light than what it actually is. Is that what's going on over here? Okay. Guys. I understand that you play Limbus Company. I'm asking the people that play Limbus Company if what he's saying is, like, correct. And, like, you guys just keep answering that question with, yes, I play Limbus Company. But then you don't answer the second question of, is what he's saying correct? Like, literally, the chat is just full of people talking about how they play the game, but nobody's answering the actual question. He's sugarcoating it. Okay, so, to reiterate the question I was asking before, so he's making the game actually look better than how it actually is. He's actually overplaying how good it is. He has a bit of a positive bias for it. And so it's actually in practice a little bit worse than what he's saying. Okay, that's all I wanted. That's all I wanted to check in on. Okay, great.
Achievements aside from its usual gameplay, so aside from players making their own challenges, they can also try their hand at Mirror Dungeons as challenges. However, that still didn't stop players from complaining about how repetitive Mirror Dungeons is. Refraction Railways isn't much better, again, because it rotates so damn slowly. My opinion, as well as the community's opinion, is the same. Both modes are incredibly boring. To give an example that appeals to a wider audience, imagine that in Honkai Star Rail, Apocalyptic Shadow and Pure Fiction didn't exist, and the MOC only rotated once every 4 patches or so, and the only other piece of content you could do was the Divergent Universe. It would get pretty damn boring, wouldn't it?
I think that's a good analogy. I think we made the same one for Wuwa, and yeah, let's be entirely honest here, that kind of sounds like shit.
Unfortunately, in this criteria, Limbus Company will receive a 0 out of 3. When it comes to F2P accessibility though, you can clear the game with basically anyone. Again, remember that in Mirror Dungeons you can do solo runs, and those solo runs could be with basically any character in the game. Refraction Railways is also very similar, allowing you to use so many different characters. Either way, you can also just get every single character in the game by just grinding. So in F2P accessibility, Limbus Company will receive a full score of 3 out of 3.
I think that's fair. Yeah, based off that definition, that sounds fair to me. You can do whatever the fuck you want, because there's not really any difficulty factored into it. It also doesn't reset, and it's also... Yeah, okay, that's just... Yeah, I see why nobody talks about this game's endgame as like a positive part about it.
However, like we said, Limbus will be penalized because Mirror Dungeons is the only endgame content that frequently rotates, but it's a roguelite mode that really buffs up your account, so I'm going to take away the 1 out of 10 base rating, which means Limbus Company will receive a final score of 4.5 out of 10. Unfortunately, the lowest on the list. Next up, we've got Genshin Impact, somehow not the lowest on the list.
Well, you got Limbus Company to say for that one. Cause yeah, I'm already estimating the scores for this. It has to be higher than a 4.5. And I'm already beginning to like theory craft. If the scores are based off of enemy design, floor design, and then free-to-play accessibility, where did Genshin get any points from?
Even though I expected it to be. Genshin Impact has 3 modes: the Spiral Abyss, Imaginarium Theater, and Stygian Onslaught.
The only one that feels slightly playable is Spiral Abyss out of these 3, by the way. Yeah, the only one that feels slightly playable is Spiral Abyss, and Spiral Abyss already feels bad.
The Spiral Abyss being your box standard tower mode with a pretty solid foundation, but handled pretty badly, just like...
And the design of it and the structure isn't even the problem. It's the fucking enemies, the buffs, all that other shit that they put in that's the problem.
Like the rest of the game, basically. Solid foundation, terrible handling. Yep. Imaginarium Theater is a more advanced version of the Spiral Abyss, but not in a very good way. For example, you're restricted to only using a few elements and a few guest characters. Stygian Onslaught is definitely the best mode, by far in my opinion. It's similar to Honkai Star Rail's Apocalyptic Shadow, but it's much more of a whale mode at higher difficulties, which some players might not like. So,
you know what? I don't think that's actually that bad of a take. If Stygian Onslaught just wasn't balanced around you having C6 characters, I don't think it would actually... I think it would actually be pretty decent. Now that I think about it, yeah. It's just 3 bosses that you do, 3 challenge stages with like a shorter amount of time, and then you're just supposed to go in and kill the bosses, right? The problem is that they have difficulties in there that you can't do it without the specific characters and the specific constellations, and it's also the enemies that they put in are straight up diseased. Yeah, the enemies that they put in are diseased, and so if the enemies weren't ass, and then the buffs weren't ass, and then like the enemies didn't have as much HP at the higher difficulties, it would probably be their best one. No shield mechanics, none of that stuff. None of this like, oh, if you don't use lunar electro charge, you deal no damage. Like, if they didn't have... It's all the extra shit added on top of it that make Stygian Onslaught awful. But the baseline structure of it, I can agree that it's not actually bad. It's actually decent, if not good. But it's tainted by all the other shit added on top. It's like a good cake. And then you put poo as the frosting. I don't really need to go much further than that. That's literally what it is.
So, let's start with enemy quality. Outside of Stygian Onslaught, enemies in Genshin Impact are very bad. They have very boring AI that feels inconsistent between enemies. Even then, there are no true parry and dodge mechanics, so you can never even benefit from enemies attacking you like you can in other games like Zenless Zone Zero. Some boss enemies also have invincibility windows that don't stop the endgame timer when they're active, like Magu Kenki waking up on the Ruin Serpent going underground. All of this combines to also mean that Genshin Impact's enemies, recent HP inflation put aside, have a lot of HP in relative to how fun they are to fight. They really are just punching bags with a few elemental checks here and there, which makes the combat so goddamn boring.
I love that he is facing this enemy specifically, because this has to be one of the most annoying fucking bosses to fight in the game. I'm just going to be honest with you. I don't know anybody that actually enjoys this battle. And the best part about all this is that you have the Hu Tao double Hydro team, right? Which is actually it was a good team. But it's so bad against this boss because you just have, like, no ability to deal with the shields. And it's just like, hey guys, elemental shields, aren't they so much fun? No, they're one of the worst mechanics in Genshin Impact. But they keep putting them into the game. These fucking elemental shields. I swear to God, these are, like, the worst mechanic that anyone could have ever thought of. And it's just been, like, accepted, integrated into the gameplay, and it's something that they're, like, spamming. They've been spamming it since, like, version 3.0 or something of the game. Like, every fucking enemy has had one of these.
To me. In the Spiral Abyss and Imaginarium Theater, enemies are also reused so frequently it makes doing these modes feel like such a chore. Looking at the enemy lineups for these two modes in all of 5.x, they're chock full of almost 2-year-old enemies released in Fontaine, which isn't that bad, but also super old enemies released in Sumeru and even Inazuma.
I think this is the thing. I don't have an issue at all with the older enemies from Sumeru and Inazuma being in the Spiral Abyss or any of the other endgame modes, because those enemies don't feel fucking diseased to fight. Yeah, the enemies from Fontaine, Sumeru, so on and so forth, Inazuma, they don't feel like fucking shit to fight. Like everything else in like Natlan or wherever else where they all have shields, they all have Night Soul mechanics, they all have all this bullshit where it's like, if you don't have this specific character, go fuck yourself. That is like Natlan, and that's probably Nodcry as well. So the more old enemies you have, the better the actual gameplay experience probably is. Unless you have all the newest characters, of course.
Now, these two modes have a lot of chambers, which means that they're gonna want a lot of enemies to fill them up, so they end up reusing older enemies, but that just ends up making it feel like more of a chore to do. In Stygian Onslaught, though, the enemies have unique mechanics, and that's basically all I have to say about this criteria when it comes to this mode. So I'll give it a 1 out of 3, failing in 2 modes, but doing pretty well in the third, or at least relatively well.
I think Stygian Onslaught, I think he's being way too generous with it. Because the gimmicks that they put on the Stygian Onslaught enemies are, unless you bring this one character, you will not be able to clear. Like, those are like the modifiers that he's talking about. And like, yes, there's potential for the modifiers to actually be okay, to actually be something helpful, to actually be like something that improves the combat. But that's not how they're currently being used in Stygian Onslaught. So I would dare say that 1 could be a 0 depending on how you view the integration of the buffs. But I would say like the overall system, yeah, it's not like the worst thing ever.
When it comes to mode quality, then there's nothing really wrong with the Spiral Abyss, like we said, other than the enemies it's filled with. Its mechanics are completely fine. With Imaginarium Theater, that's where it starts going downhill, as the mechanics can get very restrictive or have requirements that some accounts may not have, and while yes, it does incentivize building many characters, in a game like Genshin Impact, it ends up not being very enjoyable for many because of the elemental restrictions.
That and the fact that when you play this game mode at the highest difficulty, you effectively need to organize 20 to 25 artifact sets on your account, just for the units that you're putting on the roster for the clear. Like, before you do this reset of the Imaginarium Theater, you have to go gear 20 to 25 units. It, like, like, that alone takes you, like, a fucking hour. If not longer to do that. It literally feels like you are doing chores, just transferring artifact sets from 1/4 of your roster to another 4th. It's like, oh, I've got to go move my emblem set from my Xingqiu back to my fucking Zhangling, or vice versa, and then you're just doing that for like 10 hours and there's no loadouts. Ah! You get it.
Stygian Onslaught, on the other hand, is a pretty well-designed mode, unique enemies, higher difficulties for the whales, and actually well-designed challenging combat. The only bad thing about this mode is that it's still just a race against time, just like the other 2 modes unfortunately, but the timer's also very short. It'll receive a 1 out of 3 here as well.
Stygian Onslaught is good, Spiral Abyss is fine, Imaginarium Theater's mechanics are restrictive. I'm gonna be real here. The way that I don't view this overall score as the worst thing ever, I think it's actually okay. He's subtracting half a point for they're all just a race against time. This is my take. I think that this should be more of like a neutral thing, no plus or minus, and Imaginarium Theater's mechanics being restrictive should be like a -1. And so low-key, this should be like a 0.5 out of 3. I don't know how there's not like a negative score for Imaginarium Theater's mechanics being insanely restricted. That's my take. And the whole time-based thing, I don't think that that's too much of like a net negative if this one's not going to be. Again, that's just my feedback on this. But overall, I'd say, yeah, I would go for a 0.5 to 1.
Finally, when it comes to FTP accessibility, then while it's starting to get worse, you can still clear the game with many older units, and more skilled players can clear with almost any unit, except maybe Shinyan or something. Although I do think, and you'll probably agree with me, that Genshin's player base is very casual, and so increasing HP like they've been doing recently is very scummy and cucks their player base even more than they've been doing over the years. But this video isn't about that, so I'll give it a 2 out of 3 here.
I think 2 out of 3. He's already listed out the reasoning. I think he's underestimating how bad HP inflation has gotten in the game. I think he's underestimating how much certain characters like Mavawika and Sitlali have raised the damage ceiling. Again, I think he's being a little bit too positive. I think he's painting some of these games in a bit. I think he has some rose-tinted something going on. I think this score is actually too high. And I do think that the research is done. It's just kind of like the scores being given out are just a little bit too high. Because yes, the HP inflation is 100% there. The power creep is 100% there. There are a lot of older units you can't clear on. There are a lot of older limited 5-star units that you can't clear on because their teams, whatever, it's not enough. And no investment's going to be enough. So, yeah. And the only 4-star units people are clearing with, guys, and the only older units people are clearing with is like some dumb shit international team with like Jing Cho, Bennett, Zhang Ling, and like some combo of like other stuff. Those are the teams people are clearing with because those characters are broken. They're stronger than other the characters the 4-stars that people are clearing with that everyone shows the showcases of, right? The I Win to Lose showcases, all of those. Those 4-star units are stronger than half the 5-star units in the game. When's the last time you saw a Hu Tao clear? When's the last time you saw a Eula clear? When's the last time you saw a Klee clear? At C0. You see more Zhang Ling clears than Klee clears. But then people are talking about, look, the 4-star units can still... What about Klee? Hey, when's the last time you saw a Venti? So yeah, that's where I think the whole 4-star narrative part, that kind of falls apart a little bit. It is what it is. I would rate it closer to a 0.5 or 1.
Definitely end up getting worse, just like it did with the 2 other Hoyo games that begin with Honkai. So Genshin Impact will receive a final score of 5 out of 10.
If my adjustments were made, where it's a 0.5 over here and a 1 over here, it would be on the lowest. It would be a 3.5 out of 10 instead of a 5. So I can see why he has it in the second place. I think he's really overshooting the free-to-play accessibility and the mode quality stuff.
Speaking of Honkai, we've got Honkai Star Rail up next, with its 3 modes, Memory of Chaos, Pure Fiction, and Apocalyptic Shadow.
Don't worry, the new one came out. I'll give you my take on the new one as well.
There's a rumored
It's like a anomaly arbitration.
Or leaked 4th mode coming, but I'm obviously not counting it. So Memory of Chaos is your box standard tower mode, Pure Fiction is the AoE mode, and Apocalyptic Shadow is the boss mode. And they all rotate 1 by 1 every 2 weeks. Nothing else I have to explain about them. So let's get right into it. When it comes to enemy quality, well, outside of HP inflation, Honkai Star Rail has incredibly simple combat. And while it used to have incredibly simple enemy designs, in recent updates they've definitely added more fleshed out mechanics outside the Apocalyptic Shadow.
Yeah, the mechanics they added are just kind of like not fun. I'm going to be honest with you. If you go ahead and you actually read up on some of the mechanics that enemies do, they're like a whole like MLA fucking 5-page essay describing one ability. And it's like, if you're at the point where the actual complexity in this game comes from the enemies having 5-page long kits, while the character kits are like 1/8 the size of the enemy kits. And so it's like, you'll read it and you'll be like, the enemy will actually, upon getting hit 5 times, will trigger an ether storm of nebula that will start increasing the damage that your team starts taking once every 3 turns. And afterwards, after building up to a pinnacle point of 35 after 2 action values have surpassed, then they will nuke your team for 5 million damage. The enemy kits in this game have gotten fucking crazy in terms of, like, half the shit that will go on. Like, an enemy will go through and, like, do, like, 7 attacks in a row, and you'll just be like, okay, like, wait, how did that happen? And then you see, oh, it was actually triggered by meeting these special conditions that were started in the first turn of the fight. I feel like people are just finding out half the shit the first time because God knows nobody's fucking reading what these kids have in them.
And even though a lot of those mechanics chill certain characters way too damn much, it's still an improvement. But either way, Honkai Star Rail also reuses enemies so damn much, but I wouldn't say as much as Genshin, but that's mainly due to Genshin having 3 chambers for 2 halves in each stage, while HSR just has 2 halves for each stage. Pure Fiction also reuses enemies quite often, probably more than the MOC because there's more enemies on the field. However, both of these modes suffer from using many bosses way too many times, like Svarog and the bugs in the MOC, as well as Gepard in Pure Fiction, and they also suffer from another issue, which is that so many damn enemies are just reskins. Multi-billion-dollar company that's probably closer to multi-hundred-billion-dollar company here, and it's making enemy reskins. Genuinely pathetic. Enemies in the Apocalyptic Shadow are also reused quite often, unfortunately.
I think enemy reskins in a turn-based game is kind of wild. I think in a turn-based game, that's kind of wild. Right? Because, let's just be honest here, guys. Much like how HSR only has 3 buttons, the enemies have like 2. So it's like, not even like a case where you can be like, oh, so many... They're already like reusing assets in one way. They're only doing like 1 or 2 new attacks, too.
Fortunately, with Cocolia being the biggest offender, and when comparing it to Stygian Onslaught, I'm not sure if the latter will start reusing their bosses too. I mean, probably. However, I do think I will excuse the reuse of enemies here because I'm very biased towards Apocalyptic Shadow because it's a very fun mode that I used to enjoy a lot. And the only thing really bad about it is the very obvious HP inflation. Now, even though newer enemies have been getting more mechanics, those mechanics are not only heavily catered to newer characters, but they still tend to use older bosses like Svarog in the MOC that have no mechanics whatsoever and are instead just a punching bag. And no, him throwing his arm to grab you is not a mechanic, it's just annoying. I think I'm going to give Honkai Star Rail a 1.5 out of 3 here.
Old enemy design is boring, while the new enemy design is fucked up. Actually true. MOC and Pure Fiction reuse enemies. I don't really view the reusing enemies points as like a negative. So I'm actually okay with the fact that there's not like a plus or minus over here. Apocalyptic Shadow still has amazing enemy design. Okay, so this 1.5 is literally just inflated by the fact that this guy likes Apocalyptic Shadow. Hey, at least he's upfront about it. Hey, it is what it is. So I guess in general, it would be closer to like a 0.5 or a 1 if you were simply just less biased for one of the game modes.
Uses enemies a lot, and with older characters they can feel like punching bags like in Genshin, but the Apocalyptic Shadow is way too good to ignore here, and I would also say Honkai Star Rail's enemies are more fun to fight than Genshin Impact's enemies, but that is subjective and some people would say otherwise. But since this is my list, I'm going to give Honkai Star Rail an extra 0.5 here over Genshin because of that. When it comes to mode quality, well, all 3 modes are effectively a race against time, however they do play quite differently. Regardless of HP inflation and power creep, the mechanics of each mode are very fun when put in a vacuum. It's just the race against time factor that is shared between them which holds it back. If Apocalyptic Shadow was more like the holograms and Wuthering Waves, what focuses on the boss itself and its mechanics a lot more than the timer, it would have been a lot better for example, but I don't see an issue with the MOC being a race against time because it's the standard endgame mode. So in the end I'll give it a 2.5 out of 3 here.
Let me see this. MOC is alright, +1. Apocalyptic Shadow is really fun. I'm definitely biased towards it, +2. But Pure Fiction is just okay, and they're all just a race against time, so it's minus 0.5. I guess the mode quality one, this seemed like a little bit... This seems like the most subjective rating that he's given so far, so I wouldn't personally like read too much into it if you have your own opinions on how good the game modes are. Yeah, I mean, it's mostly being boosted up or down, literally based off the fact of, I really like Apocalyptic Shadow, or I really don't like the timer. That's really what it seems like. So I would just say overall the mode quality, AES has always been alright. I would give that a point. MOC, I would also give a point. Pure Fiction, I would just say they at least play around with the buffs, so I would give it half a point. I would still have like a 2.5 score, because I don't think the structure of these modes is like off in any way. It's more so the combination of the buffs, the HP inflation, all that other stuff that brings them down. So yeah, the design of the modes I don't think is necessarily an issue with these ones.
2.5 out of 3 here. When it comes to F2P accessibility, yeah,
okay, this has got to be a 0.
This game will receive a whopping 0.
Hey, I fucking knew it! And this is the thing. This is why I say that his Genshin rating is too high, because Genshin literally feels like HSR in terms of its free-to-play accessibility in the current times. It really does. And the only thing preventing people from fully realizing that Genshin literally is the new HSR is the fact that people are running these stupid-ass fucking Zhang Ling, Bennett, Xingqiu clears, where the 4-star units are once again stronger than 5-star units. They're stronger than them. They're clearing with those teams and then saying, look, I used free-to-play units. See? Look how accessible this is. When those 4 stars are just fucking broken, and you will never do that with any other 4-star in the fucking game.
Out of 3, because obviously. So, Honkai Star Rail's final score will be a 5 out of 10, just like Genshin Impact. Some people may reduce enemy quality even further, or possibly penalize HSR for being so damn F2P unfriendly, but I think I'm satisfied with this rating.
Yeah, I think that's literally what we did. Mode quality is the same score, but then enemy stuff and the free-to-play stuff, you could add some additional. I think his HSR rating was incredibly accurate.
Next up, we've got Fate Grand Order. This is of course a story-based game, and it shows with its endgame content. However, I think it fares a lot better than Limbus Company, for example. FGO doesn't really have any rotating endgame though, which is kinda rough. Its 2 main sources of content are completing the hardest story fights every time a new story chapter is released, and any challenge quest an event is released with. Events
I'm mainly just listening here. I don't know very much about FGO's endgame, so I might ask chat some questions as well.
have at least one challenge quest, with some having more, but with that out of the way, let's get into the ratings. When it comes to enemy quality, this game probably has some of the most unique enemies out of any game on the list. It's a shame there's no rotating endgame content to make use out of all of them. Every playable character can potentially be an enemy, and they can use their playable skills on you in their enemy form. Of course, there are also non-playable character enemies, all with their own unique characteristics and mechanics that make them either weaker or stronger against certain characters. Other than that, there's not much else to say,
I mean, hey, I just got some interesting ideas posed. We all remember the fucking 2.6 main story quest where we literally fought against Augusta, and that was kind of a fun fight. And Augusta was literally using, like, her own kit attack. She even had, like, her time freeze, like, built in. Not gonna lie. I think this is why it's helpful watching content from other games, even if you don't play them or necessarily know about them, because now that I'm hearing about this, I'm just like, wait, why can't Augusta, with her story fight, be in, like, the TOA or something like that? Right?
I think that a 3 out of 3 here is a very good rating. When it comes to mode quality, though...
Yeah, I would say that's fair. That does seem like... As long as there's variety outside of just the characters, then yeah, I can see why it's a 3 out of 3.
Well, since FGO has no rotating endgame content, this is where it's gonna struggle. However, its challenge quests and major story fights are still very well made. Each challenge quest has an enemy with their default mechanics, but also extra gimmicks on top of that. I guess kinda like Apocalyptic Shadow and Honkai Star Rail, but a lot more complicated. The most recent challenge quest on the NA version of Fate Grand Order is the Summer 2025 event's challenge quest. The short of it is that you need to kill the boss with a name that I'm never going to pronounce, and an outfit that I should probably censor because this is Fate Grand Order. But anyway, she has insane defense buffs that you have to kill all the enemies on the site to remove. Each enemy has their own different buffs and debuffs that they can apply, and in the end, it kinda starts playing like a puzzle, which I think is really fun. However, I really can't get over the fact that all you do in this game is level up your characters and do the story quests and challenge quests. So, despite how fun these modes can be, a 0 out of 3 is the only rating I can give here. I'm sorry, if you don't care about always having something to do though, it's definitely a 3 out of 3 instead. When it comes to F2P accessibility, then
Wait, why did he give it a dog shit score?
I think is really fun. However, I really can't get over the fact that all you do in this game is level up your characters and do the story quests and challenge quests. So, despite
even though the challenge quests are well made, not only can some of them be extremely easy to the point of where you can ignore mechanics, they also don't rotate. Okay, so it's like you can just go months without ever doing the endgame. Or having new stuff to do. So they just release like one thing every once in a while, and then it's like, there's your end game, brother. But otherwise, you're just horizontally investing, and there's nothing else left to do. This rating's fair, if that's true.
How fun these modes can be, a 0 out of 3 is the only rating I can give here. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'd probably quit this game. There's a reason why I don't play it.
If you don't care about always having something to do though, it's definitely a 3 out of 3 instead. When it comes to F2P accessibility, then there's two sides to Fate Grand Order. Now, you can beat the content in this game with basically any unit, but it's really tough to beat the game with the units you want to beat it with, because the gacha system is so ass, which I've already spoken about multiple times on this channel. Although, because you can still beat the game with skill and skill only, I'll give it a 2 out of 3 in the end.
So you can beat the game with any character, but it's really a pain in the fucking ass to get characters. Okay.
Fate Grand Order's final rating will be a 6 out of 10. Yes, somehow higher than Genshin and HSR, even though it has no rotating endgame content.
Yeah, I guess that's entirely being carried right now by the enemy quality score. So I guess it, I guess if that's real, that really seems to be the key differentiator over here. Because there's, without a doubt, you can't say that the quality of FGO's characters are at the same level of Genshin, HSR, any of that. Same with the enemies as well, right? There's undeniably more work put into designing all of the enemies and stuff. But it's Hoyo making their enemies, instead of adding to the gameplay, they're detracting from it. Where, yeah, there's more effort, more resources put into the design, but these enemies' abilities, all of that, they're literally making the game worse. So, yeah. It's like a 2 steps forward, 5 steps back sort of situation for Hoyoverse.
It just goes to show how repetitive and unfair these two games can objectively be. The next game on the list is Epic 7, and just like a couple other games on the list, it has so many endgame modes it's kind of absurd. Of course, it is a PvP game, but still has many PvE elements, and while people may already cast it aside, I don't think that's very fair to this game. Its multiple PvE modes include the Abyss, Rift, and Trials of Constellations. The Abyss is a non-rotating tower mode with 120 floors and an extra 20 harder levels. The Rift is one of the game's most efficient ways to farm, and Trials of Constellations is also another way to farm, with small roguelike elements, but it's also a lot more rigid than Rifts. Now, since I don't have much experience with Epic 7, I'll only be focusing on these 3 modes. Epic 7 players can make their own judgments, and any rating changes by you guys in the comments would be very much appreciated. But
hey, I'm glad that he's giving these disclaimers up front if they're games that he doesn't have that much experience with. Okay, nice.
Keep in mind I'm also writing this script with the help of somebody who calls themselves the Epic 7 Glazer. And bear in mind that in this list we're only focusing on PvE content and not any PvP content. So let's start with enemy quality. Now, the Abyss doesn't rotate, however, each level is unique with its own set of mechanics and enemies. That may sound bad for F2P players, but hang on for the F2P accessibility section in a bit. Rift rotations come in seasons, with each season rotating around once every 6 months, and each season has its own boss. You do fight the same boss for the whole season, unfortunately, so as a mode widely considered as endgame by the player base, it does end up just being something that you have to press the fun button for. When it comes to Trials of Constellations, then while these reset monthly, every reset has the same 5 bosses. There are other modes with more unique enemies and mechanics, like Halls of Trials though, so Epic 7 doesn't really fail here. I'll give it a 2 out of 3 when it comes to the enemy quality. If anything, the mechanics this game has definitely make up for any lack of unique enemies. When it comes to mode quality, then first off...
Okay, so they just repeat too many bosses, but the mechanics are good. But it's just the same bosses over and over and over again. It would be like in the TOA if all you got was the gorilla, Scar, and like some other, I don't know, like the Ikes. And those were the only 3 enemies that you got every time.
There's always something to do in Epic 7, whether PvE or PvP, but a lot of those things that are always available to do focus a lot more on PvP. while the more important PvE game modes rotate less frequently, or at least not as frequently as other games. Now, how fun these modes are is the same story as earlier, since enemies are kinda repetitive in them. I mean, basically, these PvE modes are mostly just to farm to do better in PvP content, but in this list, we're only rating PvE content. Since they're mostly just for farming, a lot less effort is put into them, but that's definitely not a knock on Epic 7, since the PvP content this game has to offer is actually pretty damn good. Here, I'll give it a 1.5 out of 3. When it comes to F2P accessibility, then Epic 7 isn't really a saint, but it's not really a demon either. First off, since a lot of the game's PvE endgame content relies on farming, you can have a guess that so much of that is because of RNG gearing systems. You do need a lot of equipment and gacha characters in Epic 7, and if we consider the Abyss to be the benchmark of how good the endgame content is for F2P players, then it's definitely not the best. If somebody is able to clear the Abyss with only F2P units, it will require some RNG luck during the battles themselves. However, the game isn't predatory either, giving you a lot of currency and time to get the units that you do need to beat the content. You can actually farm in modes like Hunts, where it can sometimes drop bookmarks or skystones, which is the pull currency in the game, although kinda rarely. I'll give it a 2 out of 3 here, I think that's fair, so in the end, Epic 7 will have a final score of 6.5 out of 10 for its PvE endgame content.
Okay, I mean, that... I don't personally know too much about whether or not this score is that accurate, but I will say the reasoning that he gave, I would dare say that he, like, underrated some of the pieces, so maybe, like, it's actually higher for some people. Yeah, the critiques seem relatively fair for me. It's just, I think the free-to-play accessibility one is... That's probably the one that people can be a lot more subjective on, just depending on, you know, yes, you might be able to beat it, but you did say it's based off, like, the gearing. And then there's, like, the whole thing with, like, ML units as well. Do you need those for some of the stages? I don't really know.
The next game on the list will be Wuthering Waves, with Tower of Adversity, Whimpering Wastes, and the holograms as well. I think holograms are some of the best endgame content Wuthering Waves has to offer, with them simply being a skill check. The 5-minute timer will never run out unless you're fighting something way above your level. So, the Tower of Adversity is your box standard tower mode, and Whimpering Wastes is just Wuthering Waves' answer to HSR's Pure Fiction.
I think that this is probably a... This is definitely a take from some people, right? I think that if you're drawing equivalencies between Pure Fiction and Whimpering Wastes, if you're drawing similarities between Pure Fiction and Whimpering Wastes, this is my take. Hey guys, it's an endgame mode with a lot of enemies. And the more enemies that you kill within this time frame, the higher your score is. Guys, you want to know another game where your goal is to get as many points as possible in a time limit? Tetris. Yes, fucking Tetris is also another fucking game that's literally designed exactly like this. You're trying to clear as many floors as possible in Tetris within a time limit. Just like how in these game modes, your goal is to kill as many enemies as possible. And it's like the concept of a game having a mode where you just get more points, the more stuff that you kill is like, guys, Hoyoverse didn't invent that. And so I'm not going to knock this comparison too much. I just want to let people understand the idea of like, hey guys, you want to know a game where you had to kill a boss before where you have to kill a boss before the time runs out? Yeah, you guys remember Spider-Man from the PS1? You guys remember the PS1 Spider-Man? Yeah, that's a game where you had a timer, and if you don't kill this boss by the time the timer ends, you fail the stage. Does that mean that Spiral Abyss is a copy of Spider-Man 1? Guys, it's just because if Hoyo does something, that doesn't mean that anything that's in a slightly similar way, with the main concept being killing a bunch of enemies, that doesn't mean that it's a copy of what Hoyoverse did. So that's just my preamble on this, because I've heard this so often that it's like, if you're gonna be that loose to say that something is a copy or a response to, brother, then we're just copies of fucking gorillas, man, because we both got hands and feet and faces. Like, look, but you know that's not the fucking case.
So a mode where you get hordes thrown at you and you have to defeat them in a certain amount of time to get a score. So let's get right into the ratings. When it comes to enemy quality, unfortunately, Wuthering Waves also reuses enemies quite often. From all the stages I've looked through, it seems to be just as much as Honkai's Star Rail. Although, Wuthering Waves is just over a year old, so they don't have as many enemies as games like HSR and Genshin. However, I don't see why we need to be fighting a 1.0 boss in the TOA more than a year later.
So, this is where his lack of experience is unfortunately fucking Mr. Moose a little bit. The Lampy Lumen has not shown up in a single TOA until version like 2 point something. So the Lampy Lumen is actually effectively a new boss, because it had never shown up until, I believe, around version 2.3 or 2.4. So yeah, this point over here that it's like a 1.0 boss, it's never been in the endgame until very, very recently. So yeah.
Now, my biggest complaint here is that the enemies in Wuthering Waves can be really fucking annoying. Now, to be completely honest, that is probably a skill issue, but I'm also playing ZZZ while having nearly zero complaints about the enemies other than them having a few invincibility windows here and there, while in Wuthering Waves, so many enemies are genuinely super irritating to fight. Other than a few extremes like Lorelei being a little and if you don't kill her fast enough, she ends.
Wuthering Waves is too hard for him. Hey, that's fine. Hey, that's fine. The holograms are too hard. It is what it is.
The most annoying phase a boss has ever had in any recent ARPG, and Thundering Memphis thinking he's Virgil, but really he's just a little too.
I hope your whole family has a nice Christmas!
Wuthering Waves really likes to punish the.
He just gets skill issued by like those two specific bosses that I guess. This is the thing, right? I've got holograms that I hate as well. Right? I've got some bosses that I absolutely despise in terms of like their moveset or design. But I'm not going to say it's a problem with the devs that I can't deal with it. Unless it is literally bugged like Mia is. So yeah, I mean, I find the Tempest Memphis to be a great fight. I have fun with the Tempest Memphis. Lorelei is kind of fun as well because you can steal her HP things and like basically become invulnerable if you steal her healing. So that's a cool thing you can do. So, yeah, I mean, it just sounds like these bosses are taking him to fucking town.
Player, and again, you can call that a skill issue as much as you want, but
I mean, the Tempest Memphis is pretty well designed, to be honest. Like, it doesn't really seem to have like any crazy stuff. It's just, yeah, I think if the Tempest Memphis is the enemy that you're calling out, it is 1,000,000% a skill issue there.
To me, it ends up being way more annoying than it is fun. Obviously, Wuthering Waves won't get a 3 out of 3 here because it reuses enemies so damn frequently and because...
So, the most that I've seen frequent enemies dinged as a score is negative 0.5. But for Wuthering Waves, after we've already said that the game hasn't been live for that long, so the lack of enemy quality isn't that big of a deal, it's also the biggest penalty that he's had. So I do think that naturally there's a little bit of consistencies. You can actually go back and look at all the other ratings here. This is the largest that enemy reuse has dinged a score on his end. But he's also given the excuse for the game that it hasn't been out for that long, so it's not that big of a deal that enemies are reused, but it's the most severe decrease in the score. Just something to think about over here. I think that negative bias towards Woo-Wop is dragging his score down over here. And once again, this is his list. We've also seen enemies reused very often, not even come with a negative modifier. So let me just bookmark this, 1831. This is the Genshin rating. Wait. Let me get the HSR rating. So for HSR over here, reusing enemies resulted in no decrease in the score. But then here it's a minus 0.75. So it's just like, you know, it's like stuff like this that I just feel like people need to be aware of. Some things are getting dinged down, some things are not. Once again, I think it's just bias at play. I just think he's not actually, I think he's kind of bad at Wuthering Waves. And like literally. Otherwise, I'm not sure why this has like, why this is getting a lower score because of this when all the other games didn't get it. That's just my take. I don't know what the explanation is. Like, I've got a headcanon stuff. Enemies are also pretty damn annoying to fight. So, like I said, negative bias because he's bad at the game. So, yeah, so it's just... There are some enemies that absolutely cook his ass, so that's a minus 0.75. And there's a random minus 0.75 for something that we didn't ding other games for. So, yeah, I mean, otherwise it's good. Obviously, this enemy quality thing should be closer to like a 2 or a 2.5 if the tier list was less biased based off the ratings and the explanations given. So, yeah, I think it's just getting dinged down a lot because of personal bias.
Because it reuses enemies so damn frequently, and because I think fighting the enemies can be genuinely quite frustrating, I think I'll give it a 1.5 out of 3. However, that is very subjective, and if you don't think Wuwa's enemy design is annoying, I think a 2 or a 2.25 out of 3 here is perfect.
Also, for the repetitive enemies part, I don't think that really is the case at all, to be honest. They've been using and adding in a bunch of new mobs. For the enemy variety thing, I think it definitely has to be. Looking back on a lot of the... I'm taking a look at his explanation for the enemy variety piece. He's looking back at a lot of like the 1.0 resets. And without a doubt, the resets before 2.0 had a lot of enemy reuse. And let me just look at... The resets before 2.0, right, had a lot of enemy reuse because 2.0 introduced about like 500 mobs. Not like 500. They introduced like 80 more echoes. Maybe 50 more enemies, right? In 2.0. And they've been using them a lot in the TOA. So kind of like after that, I don't really think that's been like the take that... I don't really think like this take over here that there's a shit ton of reuse is that accurate. But if you're looking at like past Hakushins and stuff like that, I could see how you could come to that realization. But in actual practice, I don't really think this is even a thing. I feel like most players would say that as well. But yeah, feel free to give your own take on it.
Because it reuses enemies so damn frequently, and because I think fighting the enemies can be genuinely quite frustrating, I think I'll give it a 1.5 out of 3. However, that is very subjective, and if you don't think Wuwa's enemy design is annoying, I think a 2 or a 2.25 out of 3 here is perfect. I also gave HSR a score of 1.5 out of 3, and a lot of people might get really mad about that, and understandably so. However, they have the same score, but for different reasons. Again, if...
I just find it funny that he brings up the HSR one that literally tells you that reuse is not getting a score reduction. Like, I feel like this alone should probably be enough to tell you something about, like, what's going on.
Understandably so. However, they have the same score, but for different reasons. Again, if you don't think Wuthering Waves' enemies are annoying, I think they deserve
at least he's addressing it.
2.25 out of 3.
At least he's addressing it.
When it comes to mode quality, then the TOA as a tower mode is completely fine. It's a little more unique with its cost system than the MOC and Spiral Abyss, but Whimpering Wastes is pretty boring, I won't lie to you. But I also think that the holograms are some of the best modern endgame content available, being a pure skill check rather than anything, even if some enemies are annoying, but we're talking about mode quality here, not the enemies themselves. Honestly, if the holograms had some feature where they rotated, maybe if it was more similar to Deadly Assault and Zenless Zone 0, I think a rating of 3 out of 3 here would have been a very heavy understatement. However, I think I'll give Wuthering Waves a 2.5 out of 3 here. I also gave HSR a 2.5 out of 3 here, and that sounds 0.5 out of 3.5 out of...
Tower Adversity is just the tower mode. Holograms are amazing. Whimpering Waste is boring.
3 here. I also gave HSR a 2.5 out of 3 here, and that sounds insane, but I think that Pure Fiction, despite still being relatively boring, is still much more fun than Whimpering Wastes. Either way, I think Wuthering Waves has a lot of potential with whatever upcoming mode they may be cooking. When it comes to FTP friendliness, then there was a character shilling drama with Whimpering Waste a couple weeks ago, but honestly I think it's just a fluke. I'm gonna give Wuthering Waves the benefit of the doubt here, because other than that, you can clear with all units in the game, and the echo investment needed to do so is miles below any relic or artifact investment needed in HSR or Genshin.
Good recognition of that, yes. When you look at the builds that you need in HSR or Genshin, they're absolutely fucking disgusting. That is without a doubt the case. They are disgusting.
On both older and newer characters. I would say that Wuthering Waves is like 70% skill and 30% echo and Gacha luck, and for reference, Genshin Impact is 80% luck and 20% skill, and HSR is like 100% luck and 0% skill. With that said, I'll give Wuthering Waves a 3 out of 3 here. So, Wuthering...
I would say you could definitely bump it down by half a point after the introduction of the tower, because one thing that's for certain is that based off the current balancing, you do feel like you need, if you're using a character that doesn't have a really good standard option, you feel like you would need a signature weapon. For example, like a Jinsei, who, if she uses the standard Broadblade, she's going to be dog cheeks, right? Not very good, probably not able to clear the new tower. That's the situation where you feel like you kind of do need her weapon to do it. And I've already, made my takes on that. You reasonably have already been given multiple weapons as a free-to-play, from like the free pulls, the shop resets, all of that. So the idea of having a signature isn't really an issue. It's just more so, yeah, if you're going to be taking on the new hazard floors, you probably should use the team that has a signature available. And you should have multiple. You should have multiple available by that point. So, yeah.
Waves' final score will be an 8 out of 10.
I would dare say the only disagreement that I really have over here is over like the reuse and the enemy annoyance things. Once again, I think like the adjusted score, once you take out some of the personal bias, and I think like just a teeny bit of misinfo on the enemy reuse thing with the Lampy Lumen and all of that, it's probably more normalized at a score of about 2.5. So reasonably, it should be closer to like a 9 out of 10. That's what I think is a more less bias, cutting out the fat, the slight bit of misinfo. I think it makes sense as a 9, though. But yeah, I think the rating also knocked down a little bit, as well as in free-to-play accessibility, for an 8.5 out of 10. So, yeah, that would be my score, using the criteria and using the reasoning that he gave with some adjustments. Overall, not bad. Not bad overall. But still, just like, a little bit of extra research on the Lampy Lumen as well as the enemy reuse thing, I think would have made this section a lot, close to perfect.
We got Zenless Zone Zero, the fourth and final mainstream gacha game, or at least what I would consider.
And so we got ZZZ rated higher again.
To be
let's hear it out.
It's definitely the Hoyo game with the best endgame
Maybe he's
content,
spitting.
at least. It's got 2 rotating endgame modes, Shiyu Defense and Deadly Assault. Shiyu Defense is the box standard tower mode, and Deadly Assault is everything Stygian Onslaught and Apocalyptic Shadow should have been, and what a rotating holograms mode should look like.
I've already got some points ready to go that will take free-to-play accessibility, and basically ZZZ's free-to-play accessibility, with some of the new information that we found out, no matter what it is, it's a 0. And we'll explain why.
There's also the simulated battle trial.
So, at a whole, ZZZ already has to be lower.
Which are some of the best modern endgame content available. Already, ZZZ is getting glazed, so let's get right into the ratings. When it comes to enemy quality, then ZZZ is going to get some pretty good credit here. First of all, unfortunately, they also do reuse enemies quite a lot. Probably a little less than HSR and WUA, but also I wouldn't be surprised.
Okay, let's not play any games here. Deadly Assault is like literally the definition of enemy reuse. Like, let's stop playing here. They introduce a new enemy and then they cycle through that. They cycle them through the fucking ringer like 4 fucking times, and then they move out. That's if clearly, once again, there's a negative bias for Wuba and there's an extreme positive bias for ZZZ. That much is clear if we're going to say that ZZZ doesn't have as much enemy reuse as other games. It 1,000,000% does at like a much higher degree than HSR or WUBA combined.
Surprised if it was just the same, but definitely not as much as Genshin though. Although, just like Wuthering Waves, it's only a little over.
You wanna know how badly they're reusing the enemies? They just took the Jane and Hugo bosses and then stuck Miasma on them and then reintroduced them. if that isn't the definition of lazy reuse, I don't know what is. They just took Miasma and slapped it onto Jane and slapped it onto Hugo and then shoved them back into Shiyu. Like, this is what I mean by positive bias, ladies and gentlemen. Is he going to address it? If he doesn't, you know what I'm saying.
Over a year old, so it will by default get a better score than both Genshin and Honkai Star Rail when it comes to this. Other than that,
and listen to this part.
Wuthering Waves, it's only a little over a year old, so quite a lot. Probably a little less than HSR and WUA, but also I wouldn't be surprised if it was just the same. But definitely not as much as Genshin though. Although, just like Wuthering Waves, it's only a little over a year old, so it will by default get a better score than both Genshin and Honkai Star Rail when it comes to this.
So I better see a 0.75 reduction for ZZZ as well. If I see a 0.75 reduction for lack of enemy variability, then yeah, okay, then that's fair, but we'll see.
Other than that, when it comes to how fun the enemies are to fight, then they are incredibly fun. I am absolutely in love with Zenless Zone Zero's combat. The
Remember what I said about positive bias?
enemies are part of the reason why. They attack at just the right frequency and difficulty that they need to. The enemies also have a very good HP to mechanics ratio, again, because you benefit from all the parrying that you do. The only bad thing about Zenless Zone Zero...
Like, bro was out here freaking out that the Tempest Mephis has parryable attacks, and like now he's like, I love parrying! The Tempest Mephis is just too frustrating, but this, I love it!
Those enemies off the top of my head is that some of them, like Miasmic Jane, or some second phase bosses like the Dead and Butcher, have invincibility windows, but other than that, I think ZZZ currently has the best enemy design in any mainstream ARPG, or mainstream gacha in general. I'll give Zenless Zone Zero a 2.25 out of 3 here.
Okay. You know what? I think this is fair. Hey, I'll give credit where credit's due. He gave the same exact score reduction to ZZZ that he gave to WuWa for the enemy reuse. Though I will say, I don't actually think WuWa even has enemy reuse to the degree that he's talking about. But I do think that he is being fair in the deductions. But again, based off of what I said in the WuWa section before, I just don't think this is actually an issue in Wuthering Waves because there's a lot of fucking enemies in there. Some people may dislike Miasma, but I had no issues with it personally. I think this is the thing. Personally, I view ZZZ and the fact that it will... So this is the thing. There are endgame modes like Deadly Assault, and there are endgame modes like Shiyu Defense, where the ZZZ devs have intentionally put in mechanics that make certain types of characters less effective against them. For example, anomaly characters are one of the most popular types of characters in ZZZ, and they deal anomaly damage. The ZZZ devs have put in a hidden nerf to all the enemies in the endgame that makes their anomaly build up slower. And basically shadow debuffs that make those characters perform worse. And that being in the game at a baseline, hidden nerfs behind the scenes to make some characters better than others, or make some matchups feel really bad for characters that aren't clear, I think that automatically is like a minus 1.5 on enemy design. Putting in shit like that behind the scenes that nobody knows about until they test it out and they have to find out that, oh, I'm just randomly doing less damage, that's insane. So I view that as this should really be closer to like a 0.75 or a 1, entirely based off how these devs are using their enemies to show characters in the endgame to a really, really, really absurdly high degree nowadays. They've even gone so far to, as in Deadly Assault, they just have taglines that say, this enemy takes 25% less anomaly damage.
When it comes to enemy quality, they do reuse enemies a bunch, but probably not as much as the other mainstream games, and the enemies are super fun to fight.
Probably not as much. ZZZ reuses way more enemies than Wuthering Waves. That is just without a doubt a fact. The fact that there's Miasmic Hugo and there's Miasmic Jane and all of that, those don't count as new enemies.
When it comes to mode quality, like Wuthering Waves, it does only have 2 rotating modes unfortunately, Shiyu Defense being the standard kill them as fast as possible mode, which is fine because it was also the first mode, but Deadly Assault also brings a different formula because you actually get performance points in it that aren't simply based on doing as much damage as possible, meaning that somebody who can't exactly do enough damage to fully get the score required to 3-star can supplement that with taking advantage of the other ways you can get points in this mode.
Unfortunately, performance points are both a pro and a con. where sometimes performance points are just given out for free, but performance points can also be extremely restrictive, to the point where you'll have certain characters where if you use them, you won't be able to get the performance points because they require the use of a certain mechanic that only parts of the roster have. For example, dealing anomaly damage can be considered a way to get performance points. But if you don't have an anomaly character free to use on that deadly assault stage, well, you're getting 0 performance points for that run.
And you don't even need to fully clear all 3 bosses to get all the Polycorn rewards. If you only have 2 fully built teams or one of the bosses has a resistance you can't fight against, you don't have to fully clear them. Shiyu Defense and Deadly Assault also rotate weekly with each other instead of bi-weekly like all the other games. ZZZ has a lot of potential with a possible 3rd rotating mode. I really hope they don't mess it up. Finally, there's the simulated battle trials, which, like I said, I also think is some of the best endgame content in modern gacha gaming. Again, basically just being a skill check. I'm pretty sure Billy Main was able to solo floor 1000, which is really f***ing crazy. I think it's really good. I have no reason to give ZZZ anything but a 3 out of 3.
I think that the overall design of the modes is not inherently bad. Like I said before, that PP performance points example that I gave can be considered a detractor. But I would, this is talking about the design of the modes. This is talking about the design of the modes, not necessarily like not like actually the buffs. This is talking about like the buff system. The systems that are set up, not the actual levers that the devs are pulling. And don't worry, that I've already explained that for other sections. This is assuming that like the Shiyu defense buffs weren't annoying. This is assuming that like the devs aren't putting shadow nerfs behind the scenes. This isn't assuming, right, that devs are going in and adding, this enemy takes 30% less damage from anomaly. This is merely the fact that, like, the systems are there to allow them to do that. But just like how the devs at Hoyoverse can fuck up a game with bad buffs, they can make a game feel a lot better with good buffs. And so I don't really view this as the most shield score ever. And again, I think when you're focusing on this being the design of it, I don't think it's necessarily too inaccurate.
Finally, when it comes to F2P accessibility, well, you can beat the game with basically anyone you want.
And this is where the score is going to diverge. ZZZ is effectively at a 0 out of 3. And the reason why I'll describe it as a 0 out of 3 just up front is the fact that those shadow nerfs occurred. Anomaly was the top of the meta for ZZZ, and the strategy for free-to-play players was to simply build out multiple Anomaly teams because they were performing exceptionally well and were great investments. The ZZZ devs have then gone ahead, and after you've done your pulls, you spent your resources, you spent all of your battery to build these characters, grind their disk drives, do all of that, they then nerfed every single Anomaly character in the game. Unless you pulled Yazuha. Then Yazuha undoes the shadow nerfs that they did behind the scenes to Anomaly buildup and makes your characters function normally again. That is the most free-to-play unfriendly shit I've ever seen. They bait you into pulling an entire roster of Anomaly characters, then nerf the baseline performance of every Anomaly character across the board, and then force you to pull another one to be able to play Anomaly again. But guess what? You only have one Yazuha. So if you were the person that was running Anomaly on both sides, well, Yazuha can only be on one of those sides. So get ready to just go ahead and fuck yourself, free-to-play players, if you decided to invest in Anomaly, which was literally the best thing that you could do in the first couple of months of the game. And so, yeah, it's a 0 out of 3 for me because you have devs going in and retroactively nerfing characters and then creating characters to go solve the nerfs that they decided to put in. Without any announcement, by the way. Without any announcement at all, by the way. So, yeah, 0 out of 3. Nothing he says here can change that fundamental issue that I talked about before.
You can see people clearing with many different characters, even main DPS bed bigger, which I think is great, although you shouldn't ignore the HP inflation. Now, I actually think that this amount of HP inflation that is currently in ZZZ is pretty healthy, due to the players getting a lot stronger from getting better disk drives, more access to support units, etc, etc. But F2P accessibility is very objective, just like I said in the rules, and so just because players can clear with every unit doesn't mean that I'll give it a 3 out of 3 here. The biggest reason for that is disk drive investment requirements are very high if you're using older units to clear. Going back to earlier, I would
And then think about all the disk drive investments you made in all these anomaly characters that just got nerfed.
Say that ZZZ is 50% skill based and 50% disc drive or gacha luck based, so I'll just give it a 2 out of 3 here.
My take is 0, once again. But I do think that 2 out of 3 is actually... I actually expected it to be a bit higher than this. I actually expected it to be a little bit higher than this.
Just need to grind discs for a while if you want to use older characters. I just absolutely hate all RNG gearing systems. HP inflation might get worse in the future, after all it is a Hoyo game, but let's stick to the present in this video, so...
I wonder what this guy's score would have been if he knew about the anomaly nerfs, the Yuzuha fixing the anomaly nerfs, and like every single anomaly character being less valuable after Hoyo Shadow nerfs. I do wonder, because I feel like a lot of stuff here would be adjusted. That's my take. So yeah, I think based off the reasoning that I provided you alone, I just think he doesn't know about it. Because otherwise, how can you say it's free to play accessible if they just retroactively nerfed all of them? All of the characters that somebody might have pulled. There's no way. So yeah, ZZZ, it can't be that high up here.
Zenless Zero's final score will be 8.25 out of 10.
I think it's closer to a, put in a 0 over here. It's close to like a, I think it would be closer to like a 5 or 6. Yeah, it's basically I would say ZZZ's endgame is 1/2 quarter step above Genshin and HSR.
Coming up next, we've got my favorite gacha game of all time, the Battle Cats. With some of the best strategy gameplay in the gacha space, Battle Cats also has some pretty good endgame content.
Okay, I'm just going to be honest over here. This recording is close to 1 hour and 13 minutes long. I think we've heard him out pretty well for the games that we probably care about. I know I mentioned before about watching content about games that you maybe don't care about, but I really don't care about Battle Cats, and I really don't care about Arknights. I'm sure he does an okay job of covering them because he plays them a lot more. And I think we looked at the parts over here that the audience is probably going to be the most interested in. So I think we'll cap it off over here. I think we gave a pretty balanced perspective on the takes that Mr. Moose has been providing. I do think he's not really Moose on cocaine anymore. Maybe a little bit too biased in some of the takes that he made. But overall, I think it was a fine video. And he made sure to preface everything, right, by saying, this is my incredible personal bias. And the other take that I'll make is, I think he kind of sucks at Woo-Wah if the Tempest Memphis is the one that's making him rip his hairs out. Because like I'm gonna be real here. How are you fighting Miasma Jane and being like, I love this, and then the Tempest Memphis is making you shit bricks? I'm just gonna be honest. I feel like Miasmic Jane is like 70 times more fucking annoying than ever fighting something like the Tempest Memphis. That's my take, but that's going to be my personal bias coming into effect. So, yeah, overall, I would say actually a pretty solid video. Some key little bits of either misinfo or missing information for the ZZZ and the Woo-Wah sections, but I can definitely understand somebody not having the full context over there, right? And none of the stuff that he was wrong about is as bad as making a statement like, Woo-Wah has no soft pity, which is something that he said before. But I think he's done quite a bit more research this time. And overall, I would say pretty enjoyable vid. So yeah, let me know what you all thought about this one, ladies and gentlemen. And peace. Alrighty, that's a big one. But yeah, I think that'll be it for this one, boys. Let me just go ahead and get you all sorted and situated with somebody else. And then we'll kind of move on from there. All right, how's that sound, ladies and gentlemen? All right, I will see all of you later. Yeah, I think we'll rate Ethan. Yeah, I think we'll rate Ethon. All right. See y'all later, chat. Peace.